Congress. It's the second day of our event, and we will be talking about women in security and defense, about migration, about demographic crisis, public health, and of course about the veteran policies. My name is Yana Brinzei, and today I will be moderating this event. So the 7th Congress Women's Leadership is organized by the NGO Ukrainian Women's Conference, supported by NDI, USAID, governments of Sweden and UK, supported by the UNDP program and UN Women, supported by Japan, Sweden, Poland, and EU, and supported by UNICEF. Partners of the Congress are IFS, Office of the European Council in Ukraine, and Privatbank. It is supported by the EU-led program, supported by EU and Germany, Poland, Sweden, Denmark, Estonia, and Slovenia to support Ukraine on its way to improve local governance. EU-led supports accountable multi-level governance in Ukraine and responding to the needs of communities. Media partners are Starlight Media, Espresso, Prямый, and Fifth TV channels, and Telegraph. The views presented during the event belong to their authors and do not have to represent the views of partners and donors. So now we can start it, and I would like to offer to start with a welcoming discussion, and we have Dennis Brown with us, who is United Nations Resident Coordinator in Ukraine. So Mr. Brown, please join me here. Mrs. Brown, you have an extensive expertise working in places like Afghanistan, Cambodia, so emergencies. And is there something in Ukraine that you have not seen anywhere else in the world? Maybe some challenges or maybe some solutions which are unique for Ukraine during this war?
Technology, and I don't speak Ukrainian. I'm really pleased to speak again with women civil society in Ukraine. It actually brings me great excitement, and I feel very admirative of the women in Ukraine. I just want to take a moment to recognize the huge burden on the women in Ukraine because of this war, and because I do get to travel a lot in the country. I do see quite a bit and hear quite a bit, and I've met with women's organizations on the front line in Kramatorsk, and just a few weeks ago in Chasiv Yar, I met a 70-year-old woman who was still in Chasiv Yar, who'd lived there for 50 years, and she oversaw the offloading of the supplies we were delivering. So amazing determination, amazing engagement from the women of Ukraine. But I would say, in terms of what I've seen in the many, many countries I've worked in and lived in, the challenges that women face in such a complex setting are very similar. And one of the things, again, from traveling around so much in Ukraine, is that the closer we get to the home, the closer we get to the community, the more prominent women's voices are. The more we get closer to the seat of power and decision-making, the more faint or quieter those voices become. Now, this is a huge issue globally, right? It's everywhere the same, including in my own country, but particularly important in Ukraine because of the recovery. So we think that this is, and I throw this out there as a topic for discussion, how do we collectively ensure that the massive recovery efforts required in your country, that you have a voice? It's not just about discussion. There are lots of discussions. Time to move from discussion to decision-making and to have women's voices at the center of that, not just at the local level, but we believe very firmly that recovery in Ukraine will be driven at the local level and complementary, of course, with the national efforts. But that's where we'd like to hear and see the women's voices in this recovery effort. So the challenges are the same everywhere in the world. Here in Ukraine, because of the determination and the courage of the women of this country that I see and that I hear, there's an opportunity to do it differently, and therefore an opportunity to show the rest of the world and other women in very difficult settings that it can be done.
Вчора в панельній дискусії брала участь
Yesterday, in
представниця
our
лідерка
panel discussion,
громади
we
із
had
Чернігівської
a
області.
community
І
leader
вона
from
говорила про те,
Chernigiv
що дайте нам
region, and
виручки
she
енергії.
told us that we
Зупиніть
need
потяг
this
гуманітарної допомоги.
fishing
Ми хочемо робити
routes,
все.
fishing equipment,
Коли країна
stop this
переживає
humanitarian
таку
aid, but
З
allow
вашої
us to do
точки
something
зору,
ourselves.
з одного
So in
боку,
such context of
допомогти
humanitarian
зовсім не
crisis,
впасти,
what do you think?
але
What can be
допомагаючи
done
давати
not
вудочку, а не рибу?
to let people alone, but to help them do something on their with their own efforts?
Absolutely. The time is now in certain parts of Ukraine, not in all, but in certain parts of Ukraine, to shift that assistance from humanitarian to recovery, what I was just talking about. And the UN, we're working on our program for the next 5 years. What we've done is hold a series of consultations with civil society. So we've done it in Kyiv, in Dnipro, in Odessa, Mykolaiv, and Lviv, to have this very conversation. It's not as easy as unplugging one thing and plugging in another, right? What are the needs of those communities, first of all? That's where we want to hear women's voices. Is there a plan for those implementing those needs? Or is the financing there? Private sector plays an important role in kickstarting these economies and these communities. And then who's going to do what? It's not just the local and national actors, you have international actors as well. So that's a process, and we've started thinking very hard about it, doing these consultations so that it's built in. We are not here to own anything. That is very important to understand. You own it, and we're here to support. And the day you don't need that support, you can just say to us, thank you so much, see you another time. Or in another place.
Не хочеться another time, чесно кажучи.
No, we don't want to make
And
it
we hope
another
that time is coming soon, by the way. So we've started that, but also understand that, and again, only because I have the benefit of traveling so much in Ukraine, not all the communities are in the same situation. So some parts of Chernihiv, they're ready to move on. But in parts of Zaporizhia and Kharkiv and Kherson, they're absolutely not yet ready to move on. So we're trying to balance this, but we need to balance it with you. So I very much hear her comment, very much agree with her comment. Humanitarian assistance is short-term. But while the war continues, while people remain displaced, while the economy is disrupted, that assistance will continue to be necessary for some. But this is a complex process. So again, think of it in terms of you plug something in and you unplug another thing. It's not that easy.
Ви вже сказали про те, що голоси жінок можуть бути добре чутні в
That
громадах, але
voices
чим
of
ближче
women
до міста,
are heard at the level of communities, but the closer to the top, the less we can hear the voices of women. And based on your international experience, how can we make sure that during the recovery, the voices of women are louder, not quieter in decision-making?
You know, I think there was, I'm going to say it, a missed opportunity during last year and this past year and 2022 in some of the global conferences. There are many conferences about Ukraine around the world, right? And some of them that I have attended, well, honestly, there wasn't a focus on women in recovery. Women have a different contribution to make. It's true, we think differently. We're the caregivers, no matter where we are in the world. We are the ones that provide the care. We look at priorities in a different way. And those global conferences have not provided space and time for those voices. The conferences I've attended, consultations on women in recovery have taken place before or after. So for the Berlin conference, this is something we're working on with civil society, with the planners of those conferences, so that civil society in general has a prominent voice during these discussions. So already that would be a very powerful signal to the world that the women of Ukraine, you are part of that process. So that's one. But two is, it's what I said earlier, these consultations are important, but are we sure they're actually translating into change? I'm not sure that they are yet. And we need to take that, you need to take that temperature in the different communities. Are women participating and have a leading role in different local and regional conferences? There are many. I've been to one on Melitopol. I've been to one in Sumy. And if it's not, how do we ensure that those messages are passed, right? Public consultations, I think, with the key national actors on recovery and reconstruction are absolutely essential, right? So think of, I think, through your consultations today, how you think progress can be made. I definitely think those international conferences are one way to do that. And let's help carry the messages. That's also a role we can play, is carrying messages to different actors.
Ми говоримо про жіноче лідерство, але вчора багато
We are speaking about women's leadership, but yesterday we discussed a lot that women underestimate themselves. They have incredible skills, expertise. However, sometimes they believe like, no, I'm not good enough, I cannot claim for that, I cannot be a leader in my community because of something. So then there is this question, if we want voices of women be heard, and that's what the country needs, so what could be the programs implemented by the state, by such large organizations as the United Nations that would increase women's confidence, self-confidence?
Listen, this is a global issue. Women always question themselves. We all question ourselves. When we're in front of a big job or when there's an opportunity and we think, no, maybe I'm not good enough, how will I manage between my family responsibility and my professional responsibilities? I don't have the time that men have, I don't have the competencies. If you doubt yourself, then frankly you're giving the opportunity to others to doubt you as well. It's normal to be apprehensive. Let me share with you. When I was asked to come here, I was the deputy of a peacekeeping mission with 20,000 people and 14,000 soldiers. That's a big job. When the Secretary General called and said, could you go to Ukraine? I thought, I don't know. Can I really do that one? And the answer is yes. So first of all, how you think about yourself is extremely important. And I think the question is a very good one, and we can look at together what kind of programs to build that level of self-confidence, right? You need to believe, and then others will believe. And it is absolutely manageable. So I think that's a request that we'll take away with us. I've certainly benefited from my 25 years in the UN from different kinds of support, but it's not necessarily training. It's more about mentoring. And I mentor a lot of younger women in the UN system who ask themselves the same question, would I be capable? Won't the men look at me and say I'm taking their job? No, we need to think differently. And I think mentoring is actually something very, very positive.
Пані Браун, і я б хотіла, щоб ви для такого надихаючого завершення нашої розмови розповіли історію жіночого лідерства
Maybe you could share a story of women's leadership or heroism or just resilience of a woman that maybe somehow struck you or inspired you while you are here in Ukraine.
I think about that woman in Chasiv Yar, but also women I've met in Kherson, in Orahiv. But let me talk about that woman in Kherson. Can you imagine? She's 70 years old. She's living 5 kilometers from the front line. The 2 hours I spent on the ground, it was constant shelling. And she was telling us, put the trucks here, no, offload it here, no, not this way, do it that way. That's a woman of great courage, great determination, and, related to the question you just asked me, she wasn't waiting for any of the men to take charge. She did it herself. And we had a conversation with her, and I said, well, but you're 70, why are you here? Why aren't you somewhere else where it's quiet and more comfortable? And she said, and I've talked about that a lot actually publicly, she said to me, my life has purpose here. This is where my life has meaning, where I can make a contribution, where I feel useful. But that's extreme courage, because after 2 hours I left there with totally drained because of the constant shelling, right? It's very, very stressful. And she was just going like this was part of her day. And I have met other women like that in other parts of the world, but it's a very rare person, not just woman, but a rare person to show such leadership in such a horrendous situation. So my motivation comes from those women, comes from seeing what they can do. And if they can do that in that context, my job is not so difficult, to be frank. Yeah.
Дякую вам величезне. Знаєте, моїй бабусі 76.
My grandmother is 76. She lives in Zaporizhia, which is also constantly under shellings from Russians. And 1,000 times I suggested that she fled, but she says, Russians will go underground before I leave my home. This is my home, this is my land, I'll stay here till the end. And this is about millions of Ukrainian women who make this choice when staying in Ukraine or even abroad, keeping connection. So thank you for this discussion. Denise Brown, the permanent representative of UN system to Ukraine. Moderator Katerina Rябіка, co-founder of H+H Labs. Ірина Мудра, Deputy Minister of Justice of Ukraine. Ганна Гвоздяр, Deputy Minister for Strategic Industries in Ukraine.
Людмилу Дараган, державну секретарку
Людмила
Міністерства
Дараган,
оборони
State
України.
Secretary of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine.
Ірину Діденко,
Ірина
заступницю начальника
Діденко,
департаменту
Deputy Head
міжнародного
of
правового
Department
співробітництва
of
Офісу Генерального прокурора.
International Relations of the General Prosecutor's Office. And you need to shorten names and titles in your system. Поліна Лисенко, Deputy Director of the National Anti-Corruption
Касю
Bureau.
Мадеру, ведучу новин
Кася
на
Мадейра,
BBC.
BBC anchor.
І Гелену Саврук,
And
керівну
Helena
партнерку
Savruk,
Могилянської стратегічної
Managing
агенції
Partner of
Києво-Могилянської
Могилянська
бізнес-школи.
Strategic Agency of Kyiv-Могила Business School.
Дякую дуже, дякую
Thank
за
you
це
so
представлення.
much for
Насправді
this
неймовірно
introduction,
цікава
and
буде
this is
панель,
so
неймовірно
interesting. It's
важлива.
going to be a very
Але
interesting discussion, very
перед тим, як
important
почати
one.
нашу
But
дискусію,
before we start this
хочеться
discussion,
дійсно
I'd like
зауважити,
to
що
note
відчуття. Я думаю, що всі
some of my
вчора
feelings, because
відчули,
yesterday
що
I
це
believe
є
everybody could feel
місцем безпеки.
that that was
Український
a
жіночий конгрес
safe
є
place.
тим місцем
The
безпеки
Ukrainian
для
Women's
жінок, для
Congress is a
чоловіків, де ми
safe
можемо
place for
обговорювати
men and
відкрито,
women. Here we
вести
can
діалог
openly
з таких
discuss
важливих
and have
питань. І
dialogue on
саме
important issues.
цьому треба
And
Треба
this is
подякувати хоробрим серцям
where
наших
we should be
захисників,
grateful
захисниць,
to
які
our
дозволили нам цю
brave
можливість.
defenders who
Але
make it
треба
possible for us
подякувати ще
to be
і
here.
співзасновницям
But also
Конгресу.
we need to be
Тому що
grateful to co-founders of the Congress.
Коли я думала над цією
Because when
панелью,
I
над
was
планом
thinking
модерації,
about
насправді, бо
this
дійсно
panel and the
думала над планом
moderation plan,
модерації,
because I did try to
я
think
подумала, що
about
є дві
everything in
відзнаки в
advance, and
Українському
I was
жіночому
thinking
конгресі.
about that we
Це
have two
систематичність
aspects of
натхнення.
Women's Congress, and
І
this is
це
systematic
дві речі,
approach
які
and
необхідні
inspiration. These are
для
two things that
просування
are
гендерної
required
рівності
to
в
promote
Україні, в інших
gender
країнах по
equality
світу.
in
І я
Ukraine,
дуже
in
сподіваюся,
other
що зараз
countries
наша панель,
globally, and I
вона й
really
буде
hope that
внеском
our panel
в додаткове
now will
натхнення
be a contribution, will
розкаже
add
про
to the
системну роботу.
inspiration, and
Сьогодні ми
we
маємо
will speak
дуже
about
багато
systemic
різних,
work.
абсолютно
Today
різних
we have
панелісток. І, звичайно, що
A
крім
lot of various
саме про сектори
panel discussion
оборони,
participants
прагнення до
and
справедливості,
sectors
запиту
of
на
justice,
справедливість, про
defense,
антикорупційну політику. Ми
demand
будемо
for
ще
justice,
говорити про
anti-corruption policy.
про
We are
візію
going to discuss
цих
that
прекрасних
plus the
жінок
vision of this
на подальші зміни
wonderful
в цих
women
секторах.
and
Ми не маємо
expectations
дуже
for
багато
further
часу, і тому я
transformations in
відразу
these
почну від
sectors. We don't have a
першого
lot of time,
запитання з
so let
нашою
me
першою спікеркою.
start with
Ми
the
вчора
first
насправді
question to the
спілкувалися з
first
пані Іриною
speaker,
в
and we
12
had a
вночі, бо дуже
discussion with Irina yesterday
вважали, що
at
важлива
midnight,
дискусія, і ми маємо це
because we
обговорити.
believe that
І
it's an important
справа в тому, що
discussion
я
and we need to
дуже
discuss
хотіла,
that. So
пані
the
Ірино, щоб
thing
ви нам
is
розказали
that I would really
про що, що є більше
like
статистики.
you,
Так? Тобто в нас є позитивна статистика.
Irina, about
в
the statistical
сфері
aspect. We
правосуддя.
have positive
І
statistics in the
в Україні
domain of
ця
justice.
статистика є
In
вже
Ukraine,
понад
the
декілька
statistics
років позитивною.
has been
Але
showing
чи ця
positive trends for
статистика
years.
перетворюється в
But
дії, в
do
можливості
statistical figures
для
transform
жінок
into
в сфері
actual
правосуддя?
opportunities for
І
women in the field
які
of
ви бачите
justice?
зараз виклики
And
перед
what are
собою,
the
як
challenges
заступниця
that you
міністра
now see to
юстиції
yourself
України
as Deputy Minister
під час
of
війни?
Justice of Ukraine in the time of the war?
Я рада всіх вітати.
I'm happy to
хочу сказати, що
welcome
для
you
мене
all,
це
and
неймовірна
to me
честь
this is
бути
so
запрошеною на
such a great
7th
honor
конгрес,
to be invited for this 7th
жіночий
Congress, Women's Congress.
І сьогоднішня подія – це
And
ще
today's
одна нагода
discussion, today's
показати
event, this is another opportunity to
незламність,
show
мудрість
the
української
invincibility
жінки,
and wisdom of the Ukrainian
силу
woman
українського духу,
and the power of the Ukrainian
єдність,
spirit,
жіночу
unity,
єдність, в першу чергу,
women's unity,
стійкість,
above all,
коли
resilience,
потрібно приймати рішення,
where
залишити
decisions
домівку,
need to be
щоб
made,
врятувати родину,
whether you flee from
потім
home to rescue
повернутися,
your
щоб
family
врятувати
and then
країну.
coming back,
Про
to come back to
якості,
rescue the
які
country.
наші українські жінки
So
відкрили в
these are
собі
the qualities
після
that
початку
Ukrainian
війни.
women discovered
Про те,
about
як вони
themselves after the
допомагають
onset
армії,
of the
як
war,
вони
how they
беруть
are helping
участь,
the army,
забезпечують
how they
процеси
participate and support the
правосуддя,
processes,
безпеки
justice
країни.
processes and
Навіть про те, які
security
у них є-
processes, and
у них
even
є сильне
if we speak
бажання
about their great
притягнути
desire
агресора до
to
відповідальності.
bring
Хочу
the
подякувати
aggressor to
співзасновницям
accountability.
Конгресу,
I'm grateful to
пані Олені,
co-founders
пані
of the
Світлані,
Congress,
пані
Олена,
Марії,
Світлана,
пані
Марія,
Альоні. Це
Альона.
неймовірна
That's an incredible opportunity to be heard and to share own experience and to speak about some aspects that are important for our society. We are living in the context of the war. So whatever is being discussed is going to be seen through the prism of the war. Some women, apart from that, they have to take care of their families because nobody relieved us of these duties. We also have to do our job because we understand why do we see a greater number of women in public authorities, because men, they had to join the army. And that is why we need to support the work so that all the processes happen normally, despite the martial law, justice sector, law enforcement. The situation where all of us are now, even though we didn't wish to, proves how critically important women are in process of ensuring security, and that there is public demand for justice. Surprisingly, so when we see this need to ensure security, the next demand is demand for justice. And the war and political processes, that's about significant test for equality, for gender equality in particular. And events like now, the Congress, this discussion, they are so important in the context of the dramatic gender impact of the war. We mentioned already the issues of providing special equipment and PPEs for women in the army, and also women's opportunity to take certain positions in the Ukrainian army. So, again, for compliance with respect for rights of women, for justice, this is what women are fighting for here. They are MPs, members of parliament, members of the government, representatives of various organizations, non-governmental organizations. They do that at all possible levels, at the international arena, internally, domestically. And of course, the war has made its adjustments. We see that now there is a greater number of women in public authorities. For example, in our cabinet currently, we have 25% of the entire composition of the government who are women, 3 vice speakers. So we do see that more women come to top positions in public authorities, but that's not only about that. This year, we commemorate another anniversary of Women, Peace and Security, 1325 resolution, UN resolution. This is one of the most important resolutions of the Security Council of the United Nations in the field of security. It highlights the important role of women in preventing and regulating conflicts and for peace building. It is aimed at contributing to access of women to top positions in the authorities, managerial positions, women, and, well, this resolution gives an impetus to that. Women must act as agents of change. Unfortunately, now women perform this role in the context of the war. So at the level of our state, since Ukraine being a member of the Security Council back in 2001, we actively promoted this resolution and we tried to comply with that. After the beginning of the full-scale invasion, our government supplemented and updated the national strategy to implement this resolution. a global survey held by the United Nations back in 2015 regarding implementation of the resolution proves that participation of women in processes of addressing crisis and conflict situations, well, the result is that decisions are being made that are much more resilient and much more efficient. Thus, as we can see based on our own example, and here this is a panel discussion involving women who are actively working and take top positions in justice, in the justice system, so women use available instruments to counteract the aggressor. They demonstrate their readiness to rebuild, recover Ukraine, and here I'd like to say that I would disagree with that our women are not noticeable in the recovery process. No, women are the driver who aspire to recovery and who suggest important projects for recovery. And this is women who represent Ukraine in the international arena. So almost 2 years of active fight against Russia prove that women remain important leaders of change, and they have their unique qualification and they know how to decently keep their defense line, starting with the army and also the legal defense, justice. Surprisingly, in the situation of the war, there is very high demand for justice and recovery of justice for victims of the Russian aggression, for survivors. That's basis for peace and recovery of Ukraine. As mentioned, as Aristotle said,
it's more important to organize the peace. Це дуже і дуже актуальна на сьогодні для нас всіх фраза.
So that's so important for us all. And here, women also play an important role, and they become key in the process of transition of the transitory justice. And this is about recovery of damage to victims of the Russian aggression, and also bringing the perpetrators to liability. That's about external enemy and within the country.
And I would like to emphasize the formula of peace of the President Zelensky, which was presented to the global community. There is point 7 of restoring justice, and it includes effective investigation on the national level, bringing to justice perpetrators, support international justice, bilateral, multilateral cooperation to investigate war crimes in different jurisdictions, and compensation and for the losses. And for me, it's a great honor to be that person who is responsible for working with Prosecutor General on this point, and responsible for bringing global support, and responsible to develop a plan to achieve this point. And I also understand that it's a great responsibility, because I understand that my actions, my position, the way how I can convince people in international arena, and sometimes I understand that I need to be emotional and even aggressive when I communicate with partners, because I need to convince them to make very specific, sometimes unpopular and uncomfortable steps, because justice needs to be over injustice, so that we can restore justice and to bring the victory of democracy over totalitarian regime. And I can say that Ukrainian women, politicians, members of government, local authorities, international, of civil society, international organizations, that's what we managed to do. I can say that we can see the results. So to answer your question how not to lose the pace, how to not to lose these achievements after the victory, but I think we've already chosen our road towards European family, to the EU, and we have to follow these standards, including gender equality, gender balance, in our decisions. And the easiest thing we can do is to make it obligatory when certain vacancies are filled in the area of law enforcement and justice to guarantee gender equality. Thank you very much, Ms. Irina. I didn't want to interrupt you, but you started talking about women leadership, and this is really natural bridge towards Hannah, because I will reveal a secret, because we agreed to discuss a very serious issue about the role of the ministry, and today we changed our mind, so we asked to tell your personal story, why you decided to move to this sector, why you chose this career, and why you decided to be a woman leader in this very important ministry. Thank you very much for this invitation. Thank you for this question. Probably I would like to start with the fact that I started this way very long ago when the war started, when I understood that responsibility has no gender. I started as a volunteer in military hospital where I was taking care of the wounded soldiers, and I saw so much. I was next to people who were passing away. I was next to people who were suffering so hard. And having observed all of this, I understood that we needed to do something to prevent all of this. And when at some point, I started to assist soldiers, so to reduce the number of wounded. And so as a volunteer, I started to raise money for soldiers. And I saw that people were willing to help wounded or families who lost family members, but they don't want to help soldiers because they didn't want to donate for weapons or things like this. And I understood that it was my task to do everything possible to support the defenders who are and people who protect all of us, because the stronger the defenders are, the fewer we will have wounded or families who lost their family members. And then I understood that I needed to take on this responsibility. And that's when I started to assist soldiers. And it became my philosophy, because for more than 9 years we've had terrible war in Ukraine. I've seen many terrible things since 2014 in the basements where our captured people were kept, civilians and soldiers. I understand what kind of enemy we are fighting with, and we need to fight against this enemy, whether a man or woman. If you're Ukrainians, we need to fight this enemy. And for this 9 years, I've had this principle that the army is above everything. I say that I love everyone, but we need to do everything possible to support the army. And that's what led me to the ministry, because I was invited and I was ready to take on this responsibility, because our army needs weapons, good weapons. We need good means for evacuation, and I saw good producers and manufacturers. So Ukrainian defense area, we have a lot of of interesting miracles. I saw really impressive, incredible people who now work at plants and factories to create incredible weaponry. They using machines, they are developing, they are lawyers or developers, but each person believes in our victory. And they believe that they are those who are assisting with bullets to our army, and it's very important to have this synergy. Thank you very much. Ms. Hanna, could you please give one piece of advice to those women who want to move in this direction but restrain themselves? I think that it's like jumping from the high place right into the water. It's scary, but then you jump, and that's the feeling of the flight. You just need to make that first step. You should not be afraid to make a mistake. And that's about the women, and it's about the whole society. We are afraid of making a mistake, and because we are afraid that we will be judged, and it's better to be quiet, to hide, because we are dependent on opinion of society. But it's not scary to make a mistake. It's scary to do nothing, and it's much worse to realize that you could have done something but you didn't. And my only advice is don't be afraid to jump, because even if you make a mistake, you will have this wonderful feeling that you tried. Thank you very much. So let's not be scared. Thank you very much for this inspirational story. And now we are going to talk to Ms. Lyudmila. Lyudmila represents the Ministry of Defense, and I think that we are going to hear your personal story as well. But what I would like to discuss with you, and we know that over the past years, including the efforts of Ukraine Women's Congress, women were allowed to take on certain position in the military positions, and we know that there were certain developments since the full-scale invasion, but we still see, and yesterday it was mentioned by Ms. Stefanishina, we see certain percentages of more women joining the sectors. But do we see a real impact of women in this area? Are there positive tendencies to where women can be a part of decision-making process when we talk about defense of the country? Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for this invitation. I will start with numbers, and then I will answer your question. As of October 2023, we have more than 62,000 women in the armed forces of Ukraine. It's only 7.3%. 43,000 of military women, they serve. 18,000, this is civilian personnel. 7,000 women are officers, 11,000 sergeants, and 22,000 soldiers. So we can see that among women, mostly these are soldiers, regular soldiers. And near the front line, there are 5,000 Ukrainian women. Whether it's a lot or too few, that's quite a lot, but we shouldn't forget that since 2014, the number of women in Ukrainian army increased to 21,000. So many Ukrainian women join the army and take on combatant positions. We are trying to introduce policies for gender equality. We have women more on leading positions in the ministry. We start at the top and we go all the way to the bottom. But we still have a lot to do. In the first place, we need to overcome gender stereotypes. You stated correctly that our legislation is pretty progressive. But whether it is implemented on the lowest levels, not really. I have an example from my work life. When Rustam Amerov's team came to the ministry, of course, we reallocated functions among deputies. We look into all the functions which are described in ministry, what the ministry needs to do. And I was working on this document. I found a line, the list of positions for women. I was really surprised to see something like this. Then another line, it's a norm, the list of position for women officers. So on the level of legislation, we eliminated that in 2016, but in the ministry itself, in the orders of the Ministry of Defense, it still exists, and it's considered to be normal. So it's very important to have the sustainable processes. If we have a law, then we need to go all the way down. Secondly, it's very important to expand opportunities for women. We need to increase the number of women, of the heads of battalions, and we need to decrease the number of barriers for women for their promotion. We have a lot of women who work in finance, personnel department, lawyers, but we have very few women on the level of commanders, at least on the level of company. And it's not because they are not professional or experienced. Partly it depends on leadership position, because we understand that you are not given some power, you can only take it. But now the ministry has systematic policies on human capital, on providing trainings for commanders, and we hope that we can overcome the stereotypes, because it's not only about security and defense, it's for the whole society. By the way, if we talk about positive aspects, in the armed forces of Ukraine, we don't have wage gap, because everything is extremely regulated that it's impossible. But it is a positive thing. So these are two key aspects. Of course, we still need to solve some problems which needs to be solved on systematic approach. That's about organizing day-to-day life. But we understand the tactical and strategic goals. We understand the processes of the ministry, and I'm sure that we will keep implementing the policy of gender equality in the sphere of security and defense. Thank you very much, Ms. Lyudmila. And you talked a lot, and I was thinking about tools while you were talking, the tools that can help you achieve the development of gender equality. And that's what I want to discuss with Ms. Irina, because recently Prosecutor General's office announced general audit. So do you have any advice or some challenges based on your preliminary analysis? You know, having listened to our speakers and being here, thank you for this invitation. Sincerely, thank you. Because unfortunately, Prosecutor General's office is not often represented at events like this, and that's an important marker that we are heard and we want to be listened to. So thank you that we are represented here. And to answer your question correctly, I need to step back a bit. All my professional life of our women in prosecution. So first, this is fight for equality. Believe me, it was really hard just to become a prosecutor. It was hard. Secondly, what our concerns were, that's gender-based violence and domestic violence. That's what we focus on a lot, and we faced all these issues about if he beats you, it means he loves you, or you were wearing wrong clothes. And before this full-scale invasion, we tried to change consciousness of society. We tried to punish perpetrators. And then we moved to our next task, is anti-corruption. You mentioned it before today. And in our own example, we demonstrate that it is an important aspect. And third aspect, that's protection of victims and witnesses, especially if these are victims and witnesses of war crimes. And we were waiting for a long time for some changes to come, and talking about gender audit, we really had very high expectations about the gender audit, and we were hoping that some issues would be revealed, but it was not a priority, or something happened, it was delayed, and this is the first time we managed to finally launch it, so that we are very lucky with our head, and with support of UN Women, with their support, they offered to do this audit on professional level. I don't want to forecast the conclusions because I'm not going to be objective, but I want our experts to be objective. We provided all possible information. We don't want this audit just to show statistics. We want about the glass ceiling, about wage gap, and we hope that international partners they can help us find all this information. I'm sure the presentation of the conclusions is coming, and I hope that you will help us support those changes that experts will suggest. And going back to the work, when we work with victims and witnesses, and when we talk about equality, we realize that prosecution, that's very conservative office. Only SBU can be more conservative than prosecutor's office. But we started to be more open. And since the full-scale invasion, we understood that civil society organizations, they are a lot more flexible. And if we talk about assisting victims and witnesses, especially women and children, they were the first. And we saw how they were providing this assistance, how they coordinate, how they create centers for assistance, how they provide psychological and medical assistance. And sometimes these people, they come to us, but we have no structure to help them. And we understood that we could not do this work without civil society, and we started to work hand in hand. And with the support of civil society, we broke these barriers between our state structure and civil society. We work on the same side now, and we see the results.
But I would like to support other speakers to say that we have a long journey ahead of us. That is wonderful. You're talking about partnership, and that is a very important topic, the topic of partnership. And I really hope that we will have time to go back to Irina and talk about the important topics that she touched upon. But now I would like to give the floor to Polina, and a lot of people were talking about anti-corruption efforts, and yesterday when we had a speech of Olena Kondratyuk, she was asking this important question: do we have a critical mass of women who could be the driver in implementation of the anti-corruption strategy in Ukraine? So, Polina, over to you. I wouldn't want to start from negative statements, but I think no, we don't have this critical mass. But thank you for the invitation to be here, because women leadership and gender balance are also about some personal inspiration, and women who are here, they are leaders. For me personally, I get get inspired when I look at them, when I listen to them, and I want to be like them because they are about integrity and motivation and standards. And as for the anti-corruption efforts, gender equality and anti-corruption efforts as part of law enforcement, here we always are talking about fighting for the gender balance and gender equality, and NABU probably has kind of a privilege as compared to others because we were created in 2015. It's my second iteration in NABU. I was there from the beginning, and we tried to use new approaches to building the corporate structure, some corporate practices, and I think that we were successful in many ways. But as for the balance between men and women, we still have some disbalance. We only have 700 people, and I would like to thank those who voted for plus 300. For us, it was important. So we don't have many people, but unfortunately, we only have 26% of women in NABU, and those are mostly people in the back office. As for the detectives, only 1 in 10 is a woman among detectives. So when I saw these numbers, and when we did this gender audit, I felt sad that there are not many women in anti-corruption agencies. So we need to change the situation. But there are two main ways here. The first one is personal leadership. But here, women have their personal challenges. That's happened for me, for example, because when I came to work to the prosecutor's office in 2019, I was a head of department, and I was 26 years old. And when I was introduced to staff, it was like they were looking at me as I'm a Jesus Christ. So they were like dozens of people looking at me. I was wearing some dress, and they were looking like me. What is it? Because a blonde girl, 26-year-old, and she's going to tell us what to do, gonna teach us something. And this is the situation which I experience at every job that I take, because first of all, you have to prove that you deserve this position, that you're not just someone's friend, but you have certain skills. And after 2 or 3 months, people see that, yes, you're smart, you have the skills and knowledge, you can, resolve certain situation, and they start to trust you. In law enforcement, I think that we do have this problem, and we often have these discussions at work. And my colleagues, man, they ask me, Polina, what is wrong again? Where are we, doing something wrong with women? And my personal feeling is like, yeah, everything is okay, but it's hard to explain men why there should be more women. So first of all, we need to grow ourselves, be the role model, and show other women that they can be leaders, and other women can follow them. Thank you. And also we needed to remember that despite the fact that you are a woman, you're a manager, you still have a family. You need to take care of your family. It's also a gender stereotype. For me, it's not a stereotype. I know that I have my work. I know that I'm a deputy director of NABU, but when I come back home, I'm just a mom. I'm just a woman. I know that I have some duties at home, and I'm always laughing when I go back home and, the grandma says that, why are you so late? You need to clean the floor. And I think, yeah, right, I need to clean the floor. So it's like this fight for the gender equality. It happens at work, it happens at home. So it is about personal motivation. And the other thing is communication. So if we're talking about legislative changes, in the Soviet times, the laws were quite good too about women engagement. But then they started talking about about the 8th of March, giving flowers to women, women being just beauties, etc. So we need to create this framework, not just have laws, but create the framework so that the slogans and declarative things, they would translate into some mathematical models and into some numbers to make sure that women at the managerial positions and women as representatives of corporate culture, like if we're talking about private business or government agencies. So women are the same players as men. They are smart, they have skills, and I think that women's role sometimes is more important than men's role, because women are different. They have different nature, and it's not because we are at the Women's Congress, but I do think that the work of women sometimes or often is more effective as compared to the work of men. Not because I'm here at the Women's Congress, but that's because I really believe it. So our story, especially during the war, and especially when we have a lot of challenges, because we need to overcome our external enemy and also our internal enemy, corruption. Here, women look like an important element. They have a crucial role, and they need to have a key impact, because like Irina was talking about her vision of the new kind of public contract in the society, and we, as representative of the anti-corruption agencies, we always say that the main challenge now is zero tolerance to corruption. And here, women have an important role to play, and they need to request this zero tolerance to corruption, because women are at the front line, men are at the front line, and we all are fighting for the better future for all of us, where there is a place and space for strong women, but there is no place for corruption. Thank you, Paulina. And I want to just ask a question about studies, because there are thousands of studies which show that having more women in a public space and political space, they lead to reduction of corruption. So do you see it from your experience? I will answer briefly. I was thinking about the statistics. I think that out of 100% of those who are offenders in terms of corruption, so they who commit corruption-related crimes, so 80 to 90% of them are men out of 100%. So I do see this correlation. Okay, so we have very important positive confirmation from Paulina. Thank you, Paulina. And yes, let us give her a round of applause, please. Thank you again. And now I would like to switch to the other place, and I would like to give the floor to Kasia Madera. Kasia Madera is a journalist and news reporter, and I would like to hear from you, from your side, from the side of your profession. How do you feel? What is the attitude, the vision of the international community of the defense processes in Ukraine, and what can be the role of media to show these processes in a more positive light and not to promote stereotypes? So please.
So I'm going to start with an apology, and this will give you time to put your headphones on. I don't speak Ukrainian. My father was born in Lviv when it was part of Poland, complicated history, but apologies, I don't speak Ukrainian, so I'll be talking in English. So any of you who need to put your headphones on, please do. I am just so impressed by what has been happening here over the past couple of days. I've come from London especially for this conference. When you look at amongst the audience, the leaders that we've heard from yesterday, today, the sheer force of what you are doing. And I witnessed this myself at the very start of Russia's full-scale invasion. I was on the border, Polish-Ukraine border, in various different places, and I just saw the power of Ukrainian women coming over, and they're just right, that's it. I'm taking I'm packing my suitcase, taking the kids, and we're going, right? We're going because we don't know. At that point, we didn't know what was going to happen. We didn't know how long this full-scale invasion was going to last, and women were just taking the initiative and just getting out, getting to safety. So seeing those women just acting so strongly, for me, it felt like you've got it in control. You've got it under control. Ukrainian women, incredibly strong. And I just think back to those days when you see especially the little children who were led by the hand, and we know it was cold. They had the little woolly hats on, and there was a fashion for those double pom-poms. So you saw these little teddy bears walking along. And now, my English colleagues, the crew and I, we were like, why are they so quiet? We know now they were obviously hugely traumatized. And yet these women had the strength to just say, right, we're going. We're leaving husbands, dads, brothers, older sons behind, and we're going to safety. And then, I spent weeks on the border. I then saw some of those women coming back, and I'm like, hang on a minute, where are you going? And because I've dropped my children off, I'm coming back. And coming here now to see all of you so strong and so resilient is really inspiring. So it's worrying that what we're now globally, and I'll come to your question in a minute, I'm not trying to evade it, but what we're finding is now globally, there's almost a conception, and it's not Ukrainian women. In theory, you've got it nailed, right? You've got it sussed. You've got your quotas, you've got women in the army, women on the front line. But when you're looking at global surveys, and I'm not going to, bore you with statistics, but one survey that really worried me, which was presented to us when I was at the United Nations Population Fund, a presentation in Skopje, and it was the United Nations Development Programme survey for 2023. And it showed that amongst the younger people, there was an increasing acceptance that women don't necessarily have bodily autonomy, basically the rights over their bodies, whether it's abortion or whether it's the right to not be the victims of domestic violence. I mean, not be the victims, it doesn't, but there was an acceptance that actually domestic violence amongst the younger generation was tolerated compared to that demographic of the middle-aged people, and again, the older generations, 65 plus, again, a little bit more tolerant. But what is happening with that younger generation that they feel that this kind of behavior is acceptable? This is when you talked about the organization, the piece, the recovery plans, things for you to think about. I don't have the answers. I'm just a journalist, right? I report on what is happening, but these are trends that it's worth you guys being aware of. And again, the G7 summit was brought to their attention, the Reykjavik Index for Leadership 2023. It's an index that has been going on since 2018. It measures popular perceptions on the suitability of women to be in leadership positions, right? So it says the Reykjavik Index for Leadership, and it looks at whether what the members of the public, what they perceive as whether women are suitable for positions of leadership. Leaders amongst me, I'm sitting amongst leaders amongst you. And yet what this index has found, that actually, again, amongst the younger population, there's a drop in the population, the younger demographic, who think that actually women are in a suitable position to be leaders. And what is even more concerning in terms of, for you guys to think about, is that it's younger women who feel that they don't see women as being in a suitable position for being leaders. Now, you've all seen, and I've seen the grassroots movement, the women on the ground, to echo Denise Brown's words, the UN Assistant Secretary General. When you're closer to home, when you're closer to the grassroots, you hear those voices of women very, very loudly. But going further up the food chain, those voices get lower and lower. And now if you've got younger women thinking that women possibly are not as suitable as men to be in positions of authority, what is going on? So you, in your recovery plan, have an awful lot to think about. It's, make sure that you are bringing women with you. Don't pull the ladder up behind you. Equal pay, super, super important. All of those issues are super, super important. So again, you know, when you cover this, it's, for us journalists, it's like, where is this stemming from? Is it social media influencers? Again, you know, disinformation. We do an awful lot of work in order to combat disinformation. But when you have women actually doubting their ability to be in positions of power, the direct consequences are huge. Now, you know, rape, we know that rape is, the quote is, it's the most neglected war crime. Accountability, so basically bringing perpetrators to account, is the exception and not the rule, right? Rape. Not enough people are brought to account. And why is that? It's, you know, is it the adversarial nature? Is it the really combative nature of going through a trial, the difficulty of getting testimony, just the humiliation that women feel? You know, what is that all about? And is it because that within those institutions, those criminal institutions, the legal justice frameworks that then take tribunals through the process, that there aren't enough women in those positions in order to be able to actually understand firsthand the experience of women? And yet you've still got younger women thinking that women shouldn't be in positions of power, of authority. You've got like a pretty vicious circle going on there. So just going forward to your redevelopment plans, and the world is of course watching, going back to your question, of course the world is really watching what is happening in Ukraine, and yes, at the moment you've got the absolute crisis between Hamas and Israel. So, you know, there's a lot of focus there, but we're coming up to the second anniversary of the full-scale invasion. The recovery plan, at the heart of that, you also have to bear in mind that the position of women globally, not talking about Ukraine, because look at you, you're incredibly powerful, and your leaders here in this room, you can feel the energy. But globally, there's a perception that actually women, if younger women aren't feeling that women should be in positions of authority, something is happening there, and that's something that, you know, it's worth you being aware of.
Thank you so much. Kasia, все ж таки,
Ви дуже багато зараз сказали. Будь ласка, please, go ahead. Ви дуже багато зараз
You were talking quite a lot about crimes against humanity and about competition of Ukraine with other countries who have crises, because we have crises all the time now. So I want to ask you just one brief question. In 2008, after the war in Georgia, Washington Times and Jeffrey Kuchner wrote an article where he was saying honestly that Putin will not stop in Georgia. He will go further. He will flood Europe with blood. And he said that we are all Ukrainians now. So what do you think, why it was not taken into consideration in 2008 by the international community, and what do we have to do now to retain this focus on Ukraine?
It's you know, that date is really, really important, 2008. 2008, when Putin, what was happening in Georgia, right? What was happening in 2010? Medvedev was then president. Remember when they were flip-flopping? Medvedev was at the NATO Security Summit when they were organizing, when they were looking at their 10-year plan. And you had Russia at the table. So I don't have an answer for you. I don't know what the politicians were thinking. But the fact that 2 years after that quote, after Russia's incursion into Georgia, you had Russia at the NATO table, and then it took to the last summit in Madrid, which I covered, for NATO to finally say, actually, you know, Russia's a threat. I don't have an answer for you, but I think everybody didn't quite understand what was happening in terms of, you know, the vision of whatever the vision is, whatever Putin wants to do. You know, 2014, and now we're all, the international community is in theory. Did it really wake up in 2014? I'm not necessarily convinced by that. But yeah, 2008, 2 years later, for Medvedev, the president of Russia, to have a potential partnership with NATO, that should have been raising alarm bells for the international community. And what's interesting, just one final point, countries like Poland were warning for a long time about the threat of a very strong Kremlin, Putin. The further you move, the further west you go, these voices weren't as heard. So again, I don't know what the thinking was, but it's alarming.
Дуже дякую. Насправді, ваша відповідь, пані Каша, вона підтримує ідею.
Supports the idea, confirms the need for parliamentary diplomacy, advocacy, civil society, women's parliamentary democracy to continue conveying these very important messages and to ask these questions. Why this didn't happen in 2008, 2010, and further on, so that it will never repeat it again. Thank you for your analysis and thank you for this very important intervention. And now I would like to pass over to Helena. So we've started speaking a little bit about politics, political analysis. In order to implement this policy, we need skills and tools and training. And you are the author of a training course on strategic leadership in the security and defense sector. So my question to you would be this. You have already held this training course, you know the sector from inside. So my question would be about gaps. If you see any gaps, if there are challenges, and which skills are needed to further promote women's leadership in these sectors. Thank you and hello, and thank you for inviting me. To continue with your question, let me just say that I adore national security. This is my heart, that's my life. I can hardly imagine anything that would be more ambitious, more interesting sector. I really admire the people, the managers at all the levels, institutional core, that work for our future now. So I am so happy to develop this program, curriculum. It is well established. It has been in place for more than 8 years, and now it is aimed at other challenges that our country would face, because definitely we will prevail. And this is beyond doubt. But apart from that, when aspiring to victory, we need to get ready for a more challenging period that we should expect. This is transitional period, as they refer to it sometimes, and working with think tanks, with experts, with heads of public institutions in Ukraine, I see that everybody expects that this period will be much longer than usually, post-conflict, post-war. So we need to be ready for that. We need to be ready in the context of that after the war, part of the country will believe that we have won, we are a great nation, that's enough. Another part of the country will be thinking this way. We have won, we are a great nation, so we need to aspire to a new bar. We need to empower ourselves, we will be leaders, we will be a core for security in the region. And these are very different scenarios. But of course, we need to aspire to more. On the other hand, we are all sure that our enemy will not just dissolve, will not disappear. And also, Russia will have its satellites, and after the war, there will be this fight for recovery, and there will be this competition where Russia will try to recover as soon as possible, and we need to prevent these events in the future. That is why our public system, especially national security system, and the institutions that are now working successfully ensuring implementation of their objectives, they need to be ready for that. With their models, with their capacities, they need to launch and include the capacities of other stakeholders, as mentioned, to the public institutions. It is important to integrate the role of international partners who are helping us. And it's important to have ownership in state models, and we need to move on in that direction. And during this period, of course, one of important burdens will be on the security sector. It is domestic security, human security, successful transitional justice, and all the process and humanitarian challenges, address them. So now, to ensure the victory and to ensure successful transition of this period, that's why we've developed this program. It was launched by leadership of the Presidential Office and the Security and Defense Council. All representatives of the security and defense sector are involved, and they work developing the models and new processes and converting them into state policies and implementation. So I can anticipate your next question about where is a woman there. And no doubt the women's place is central, because I believe that the power of state models of the future that will help us be a success in the future, to a great extent anticipates successful integration into institutional, into stakeholder institution, and of course that's about partnership logics. And this is about the capacity to understand the partners, see them, and work for joint benefits. And apart from other things, this is about leadership, and this is very natural for women. Actually, we have very high level of empathy. We are able to understand others. We are able to work for joint benefit, common benefit, and love at the same time. This is the basics of successful partnership. Women also have, well, all the colleagues have mentioned that we have a very high level of need to care. We care, we are kind, we are open, but at the same time we have this steel core, and we have no doubt that if we need to make a choice, we will not doubt. We can be warriors, we may kill if it is about an aggression, and we can also create. And this is our power, strength, and this is in the nature and in the heart of women. Thank you. Thank you for your comments, and we still have 2 minutes for this panel discussion. And Helena, I would like to ask you a very quick question about responsibility of leaders in the security and defense sector. So, what should leaders do? I mean, these are the sectors that are still men-dominated. So how should women undertake responsibility to actually for more women to be involved into the processes in the leadership positions? That's a hard question. So I am absolutely sure that for leadership of our men in the security sector, for leadership there should be no problem. The decisions that they make and the aspects that need to be balanced, they inspire not only women but also global leaders and heads of national institutions of other countries. I believe that working with the leaders in the national security sector, I can say that I do not feel this kind of split of men or women. So if you have a result, if you are wise, politically wise, if you are responsible, if you generate decisions and achieve results, well, in the recent 5 years, I have not seen any issues regarding perception of women and the role that they may play. Thank you for this answer. I look at organizers and I believe that we will not have additional time for questions. Okay, then we need to wrap up the panel. And let's give a round of applause to these outstanding women who are not afraid to work change on a daily basis, to make first steps, to jump into this abyss of change and deal with these extremely important questions to increase the impact of women in the field of defense, justice, anti-corruption strategy for our victory. Thank you so much, and thank you for being so attentive and organized time-wise. And this was Katerina Rybik, H Labs, the moderator of the panel. I will introduce you, and once again, and you please stand up for the vote. Ms. Mudra, Deputy Minister of Justice, Hanna Gvozdyar, Deputy Minister for Strategic Industries, Lyudmila Daragan, State Secretary of Minister of Defense, Irina Didenko, Deputy Head of Department for International Relations of the Prosecutor's Office, Polina Lysenko, Deputy Director of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine. It's like in theater, right? Kася Madera, BBC anchor, and Helena Savruk, Managing Partner of Kyiv Mahila Strategic Agency. So let's applaud to the speakers, and we have a short break now. During the break, we will have a parallel platform operating, and my colleague Katerina Trushik will interview some guests.
Вітаю, друзі! Другий день українського.
Welcome, friends, and this is the second day of the Ukrainian Women's Congress, and first guest today is Marina Honda, Deputy Head of Kyiv Municipal Administration. You are a systemic leader of women's of gender equality, of women's movement. I ask many of my colleagues who you see as leaders, and many mentioned you because you work systemically on implementing gender equality in Kyiv in particular. What are the challenges now for women if we speak about local authorities? I believe that the war has changed priority for everyone, and what was very important for us before the beginning of the full-scale invasion lost its significance, and I believe that now no one needs to prove why women leaders are needed. That's clear. The question is to what extent women are ready to step in. But in the aspect of that, I am responsible for the social aspects, for IDPs, people with disabilities, families with many children, and families of those who were killed in combat. We understand that the aspect of human resources of women, it is so important because we have women who are now fighting for the country, but the percentage of men is much higher there. And their wives, mothers of their children, they keep supporting their families, earning money, and they are too exhausted psychologically to move on. So I believe that that's the first most important factor that is relevant for Kyiv, for the entire territory of Ukraine. So there is a lot of pressure now on women. I do not want to devalue what men are doing, and of course we cannot speak here about who's doing more, who's doing less, but the response to the military events this is a bit different, and this internal psychological status, it's important. We analyzed European practices in the countries that have participated in the hostilities, and we understand, again, based on their data, that the psychological distress starts becoming evident 6 to 7 months after people come back from the front line. So now we focus on working with families who wait for their dear ones to come back. In Kyiv, it is at least 100,000. And we also have 4,000 IDPs. This is about new challenges, new ways to work with men and women who now live in Kyiv. So the perspective is changed a little bit, right? Yes, we changed the perspective because before the war we were speaking about domestic violence, but now we are trying to work on prevention rather, because we understand that further on it may be a greater challenge unless we work with families now, in those families where it may arise. Reintegration of returnees, of IDPs. So the emphasis has changed, but what we did before the beginning of the full-scale invasion created the basis so that it made it possible for us to smoothly start providing this support now. Today and yesterday we've been speaking a lot about human capital. So what do you believe is important for us to recover this human capital? Well, above all, the inner state of people who work supporting others, because actually people at the first line who provide social services, healthcare services, so this is the first contact line, and based on our surveys, these people are rather burnt out by now, and our objective is support them, and we were first ones to launch the Stress Resilience Center in Ukraine. So we support people at the first line so that they could help others. Because, when we when orcs retreated from Kyiv region, we kind of felt relieved and we thought that it would be easier, but no, it created additional challenge. A lot of people came to Kyiv, a lot of people with disabilities that we have now in the community, and they still keep the number is still increasing, so we understand that it will go on and we need to be ready for further challenges.
Can women be heads of military administrations, and why there are so few of them? Military administration has certain functions, military, connected to military activities and defense, defending the municipalities and making decisions. Yes, of course, women can be there, but their certain experience is required. So historically, there are mostly men in this area, and it's not easy to change the system fast. But I know many young people, students, they want to come into security and defense. They understand that it's important for our country for the years to come, and there are many young women and girls who want to be in this area, and I think that this can change. So after the victory, we won't have martial law and we won't have military administrations, but we'll have more women in defense. If we talk about post-war and reconstruction and recovery, what is the role of a woman in that period, in your opinion? We say that we believe in the armed forces of Ukraine, but we need to believe in ourselves and not to expect that the victory comes and we'll start doing everything. We shouldn't do something after the victory. We need to do something now. You need not only to believe to the UAF, but to believe in yourself and do some actions which will make our life easier after the victory. We shouldn't wait. We should do things now, not to be afraid to take responsibility. Thank you very much, Ms. Marina. Thank you for this conversation. Thank you.
Моя наступна гостя.
My next guest is Lina Romanucha, curator and art manager on the program Долучайся, Join In, Gender Equality and Culture. How are they intersectoral? If we talk about Ukrainian context, I think that we have very big gender disbalance because the majority of chair positions and most functions are fulfilled by women. And if we talk about the number of women in art area, I would say that we have a lot more women. So do we need quotas? I'm not sure that it would lead to some positive changes. And one of the theories why it happened, that's of course a limited funding, which the situation that we've had since Ukraine became independent, and there was some social financial pressure on men about how much money they need to make. Also, many men who are more sensitive, they didn't want to come to art because they will not have enough resources. So this balance we've had since the 90s, and it's still a bright example that art area, in the same way as in education, we have the majority of women. You mentioned underfunding. What about during the war? And when you have limited funding, how do you survive? I think that art area is a good example of bravery. But we still exist because we have this feeling of mission and sacrifice, because we understand that the war is going on now partly because of identity and culture, and many artifacts, they demonstrate that Ukrainian culture has existed for many centuries, and the aggressor is interested to prove that that's wrong, that Ukrainian culture is myth. So Ukrainian culture is important. And we talk about financial aspect, as I mentioned, since the 90s we've always had limited funding, and when there is full-scale invasion, of course, very little funding is allocated to culture, and budgets are cut all the time. But what we've noticed, that there is high level of interest of international community, and as we have international donors, we get some investments, so we can carry on. On the one hand, this is their willingness to sacrifice certain things of those people who work in this area, but then also we have support of international donors. And culture makes a big impact into our victory. Thank you for doing this, and thank you for this conversation. Thank you.
І ви бачите мою наступну гостю Наталія Делієва.
You can see my next guest, Natalia Delieva, Association of Women of Ukraine, DIA, so which women organizations work locally during the war. There are many organizations which function during the war, and volunteer movement is organized by with the support of civil society organizations. Our organization was formed when the war started in 2014, and we collected assistance and sent it to Donetsk and Luhansk region. Then in 2016 we were registered, and we are about to turn 7. So we have 28 departments all over the country. Our organization is big, and so when the full-scale invasion started, on the 25th of February, we got together in Zoom, and we knew what we needed to do, because our departments were in Novokakhovka, in Kherson region, in Kherson, Mykolaiv, and when it all started, and they were already occupied, they were running from these areas, and we redirected these women families to Rivne. We have a department there, to Uzhhorod, to Ternopil. And we started to receive humanitarian aid, we started to share it. And we are not just association of women, dear, but we cooperate with other civil society organizations, women organization, or other types of organizations. There are many civil society organizations of IDPs, and we keep in touch. We assist them. We help them to adjust and adapt with food or hygiene products as the first assistance. And we are military volunteers. So before the full-scale war, we were responsible for battalion, and we just kept in touch. And then the battalion increased from 400 to 800, and they needed our assistance. So we keep in touch 24/7. Unfortunately, we had to bury a lot of our heroes, and now we are trying to bring these names of heroes, name streets after them. And we want to, for example, a street named after combatant Serhiy Derduga, who was fighting since 2014, and he was at Donetsk airport, but he died in 2022. And civil society organizations, they play a very important role in bringing victory to our country. Does it make sense to work with education and culture during the war? Yes, of course. Our civil society organization says that we work with education and culture. And one of the things is renaming streets, because it's a part of culture. We saw there was a gap in language abilities or also in patriotic education. I also organize immersive exhibitions. These are multimedia stories which are shown in 360 degrees, and people can get inside, immersed into these stories. We organized an immersive world of Taras Shevchenko before the war, and when the war started, we brought it to Canada, to the United States, and raised money. So we could raise 6 million hryvnias, which we could send to the national bank account, Red Cross. Then we organized immersive exhibition, Ukraine, Land of the Brave, and now we show this exhibition all over the world for people to immerse into those emotions that we feel during the war. We raise money, and we demonstrate that Ukraine is not Russia. Because if we think that people already know that, but no, we need to prove, we need to show our cultural heritage, and show that the way Ukraine was 200 years ago. Thank you very much for all the work you do and for promoting the brand of Ukraine all over the world. Thank you.
І ми продовжуємо основну частину нашої
Now let's continue with our event. We have a special presentation on migration, the factors which will influence on Ukrainians to come back home. So, Ukrainian Women's Congress cooperated with Kyiv Institute of Sociology and educational cluster Dream and Act with support of ULEAD. And I'm giving the floor to Svetlana Wojciechowska, co-founder of Ukrainian Women's Congress, Larissa Zhegun, the head of the educational cluster, Dream and Act, and Natalia Harchenko, executive director of Kyiv International Institute of Sociology. And I will have the honor to moderate this discussion. So everyone has microphones. Ms. Svetlana, please tell us why you decided to organize this survey and what was the most surprising for you in the result. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us today. The 7th Congress this year has two interesting aspects. We surprise and we open secrets. The first secret is that usually you see Ukrainian Women's Congress as a big national platform. We also have a regional platform and local events. But after the lights are off, then we have analytical work. And over the past 7 years, all the proposals that we've collected during different types of events, our micro team, we always got together, analyzed, discussed, and we always prepared analysis which we sent to the government, different international organizations. So everything that is said here, it's never just stayed as a part of the event. And research work is also one of the directions that Ukrainian Women's Congress does all the time. I want to remind you the special project for the 30th anniversary of Ukrainian independence, success stories, and we told stories of 10 incredible women who basically launched the movement of Ukrainian women in 17th century. So why we decided to do this research? In July, we had a special event which was dedicated to recovery of Ukraine and the issues of demographics and migration. These were the issues that we discussed really widely then. And then we decided to research how women feel abroad, which factors would influence that they are coming back. And we cooperated with our partners and we decided to do this research. The partners, interesting, they were quite surprising. So Educational Foundation. So the majority of women who became war migrants, these women of reproductive age with children from 18 to 45. And so Educational Foundation, which works in a few foreign countries, and since the full-scale war, they did so much. They're one of the social heroes because they created educational clusters in Poland and in other countries where kids could study following Ukrainian curriculum with Ukrainian teachers, because not all kids were ready to adjust and parents didn't want to send them to Polish schools because it was stressful and other conditions.
So this foundation specifically worked over the profile that we wanted to study. And what was striking for me, and by the way, I want to thank our partners, ULEAD, which provided financial support to carry out this research study and allowed us to carry it out. So we are happy to share the results. There are interesting findings and facts and numbers. So we will share the results of this research study with you. So what was surprising that 68% of respondents said that they plan to come back to Ukraine, and it is inspiring considering that these women are abroad for almost 2 years, but they still want to come back. The other thing that was surprising, that almost 90% of women, they now live, in fact, in 2 countries. And it is also striking that they don't want to lose the links with their country, their motherland, where their husbands are, their parents are, but also they are partly in their new country of residence. The other thing is about the vision of the future. About 50%, I want to find my papers because I want to find the specific number. So 50% of the respondents were optimists. They said that in their view, in 5 years, Ukraine will be a developed and recovered European country, which will be peaceful and which will go back to their development and growth indicators, which were in 2021. And 43% said that they were pessimistic. So they thought that there would be a serious economic crisis or combat action in Ukraine. And because we're talking about politics and decision-making and women engagement, so we were discussing yesterday, like if women would be able to vote, would be able to run the elections, and what is their vision of gender equality in Ukraine after the period of time that they spent in other countries. So what is their view of gender equality in Ukraine now? Almost 40% of respondents said that the political system in Ukraine allows women both to run for a certain post in politics and be engaged in the political life. And as for being ready to be engaged in politics, 43% of respondents said that they would like to take part in the political life. So it means that they still want to be active and they want to be... You mean they would like to be voters or candidates? Well, both as voters and maybe other types of engagement. Both voters and candidates. And it is important to say that the numbers do not depend on the age category. So women of different age are ready to engage in politics, but there is one but. And we will be discussing it with our partners, with the National Democratic Institute and DI, because they work with political parties, and this is something that should be considered. So those women who don't want to engage in politics, why? What were the factors? Because here we talked about the local level and not only local level. First of all, 57% said that they do not want to be engaged in politics because they would be restricted in terms of their travel. So women abroad, they know about that. Second thing, 48% said that they lack knowledge. So political parties and civil society have a lot of things to do. I think that, many men are not asking this question to them, like if they have enough knowledge or if they have not enough knowledge, but women do. And 36% think that they do not believe they can be successful. That is what we were discussing yesterday, that women often lack confidence. And again, here we need to have mentorship programs for women so that they can be more self-confident. And another interesting number, 30% of respondents said that they do not know political party or political force which would represent their interests. And so that should be something that political parties need to think about and engage women so that they would want to come back. And 22% of the respondents stated that maybe they will be successful if they run in the election, maybe they won't be successful as candidates, so that's why they are reluctant even to try. And another saying, another finding that was not very pleasant, and we would like to discuss it today at the Congress, is the question of reproductive health of women. 44% of the female respondents said that they have some problems with their gynecological reproductive health, and 31% of women said that their problems aggravated after the start of full-scale invasion. I will not be saying what our guest Ella Libanova will be talking about later, but this is what we wanted to communicate and what we wanted to present. And another thing, we asked women if they experienced physical or sexual violence while being abroad. And this number is striking. 26% said that they did. 26%, and 7% said that they experienced physical violence, 3.5% said that they experienced both physical and sexual violence, and 10.5% refused to answer. And we need to also add that not all women, they identify what sexual violence is, because when they have to get naked, when they have to do something which they are not happy with in terms of their sexual actions, that is also sexual violence, and not all people recognize that. Yes, I would like to thank our partners for supporting this study. I know that in the sociology it is important the methods used while conducting this research, so I would like to ask Ms. Harchenko to share how it was conducted. Yes, I would like to say that the target audience of this research study was women of working age who are in different countries abroad after the start of the full-scale invasion. And we had three main groups we focused on: women with the kids who went abroad, young women, and women who have close links with Ukraine and who went to Ukraine more than 3 times, or who stayed in Ukraine for over 20 days in Ukraine. So some of them have some things they need to do in Ukraine. Many of them have husbands or parents here in Ukraine. Maybe they have their business here in Ukrainian cities and villages. So these links for them are still present. So we had a survey among 800 respondents in Poland, first of all, Czech Republic and Germany, and also we had 10 in-depth interviews. So I will not talk about the findings too much because the most interesting numbers have already been presented. I would like like to recommend you to read the report of the study to get more details. But there are some comments I wanted to make. The opportunities for women abroad. Like most of the women, 73%, they said that they did not lose their income. 31% said that their income increased since the start of the war. And we compared opportunities in Ukraine and in other countries, and our respondents, they said that the opportunities for women in the country where they were better. Like 48% said that the opportunity to get OB/GYN services would be better abroad. 18.5% said that it would be easier for them to find a kindergarten for their kid. 15.5% said that it would be easier for them to get a maternity leave abroad, and that those things, and also in terms of the housing, they said that it would be easier to get proper housing. And we were trying to estimate how women evaluate their situation abroad, and subjectively it was better, as they said, abroad than in Ukraine. And 68% of women who are abroad, as it was mentioned, they plan to come back, but only 5% say that they plan to do it in the nearest time, 9% in spring, and others say that they do not know the exact term when they would come back. And if we're talking about the motives, the reasons why they want to come back, like if we're talking about the motivation to stay abroad, the most important thing here is security. Security for them, security for their children. This is what most respondents were talking about. And also the risks relating to power cutoffs during the winter. This was important. And also the financial factors were quite crucial. And 37% of women said that they would get a better financial support, and they would have a higher standard of living abroad. That is not a secret for us, but we need to understand that it also impacts the situation of women. And 32% said that they would have better life prospects if they stay abroad, and also about the same number were disappointed in the Ukrainian authorities. And if we talk about the motivation for women to come back to Ukraine, the most important factors is family and friendly connections, and also their love to the motherland and to their city or to the village where they lived. And 35% almost said that they think that there would be better prospects for them in Ukraine. And about 32% said that they are not able to ensure a good life for themselves and their kids abroad. That was a negative factor for them, making them to want to come back. And also there was a certain percentage of women who said that they would like to come back and take part in the recovery and the reconstruction of Ukraine. Thank you. Larissa, you represent the education cluster. So, could you comment about like your view in the question of women coming back? Yes, thank you. We represent the education cluster Mrії Дії, and we support Ukrainian schools here and abroad. We train Ukrainian teachers, we provide textbooks, we help Ukrainian children to get education in Ukraine, to get Ukrainian diplomas. And we know that after Ukrainian women went abroad with their kids, after they have housing, the accommodation, the most important thing for them is education for their kids. That is important aspect for them. And 49% of the respondents wanted to their kids to study abroad, but over 50% said that they want their kids to study in Ukraine. So we understand that they still hope that Ukraine would win in this war. And the children, after they have this experience of studying abroad, they are talking about some advantages, such as inclusiveness of education and less burden on kids, because in other countries often there is a focus on developing soft skills and not so much specifically some scientific knowledge. And we know that at Ukrainian schools now we have 27 subjects which kids study, and that is a very big burden. And also parents talk about different methods of studying foreign languages, and one of the respondents said that once her kid came back from school and said that, you know, here they speak English as in movies, as in songs, and this kid was in Bulgaria, so we need to take that into account. Also, many kids, they have to attend schools in the country where they are, and also in their Ukrainian school online. And many parents think that this online school is for them like a bridge, a connection with Ukraine, which would allow them to come back to Ukraine after the victory. And after the safety and security factor, there is a question of economic security also. Over 40% of respondents said that they would be concerned about economic crisis coming back to Ukraine, and 21% see better prospects at the employment market of Ukraine for their kids. And if we talk about the question of quality of education, 28% of respondents said that it is not possible for kids to choose the subjects they would like to study at school, like in depth, and they say that there is too much homework for their kids. And other important factors are a lack of technical capacities and equipment at school, and also some out-of-pocket payments that they have to do. And in Poland, for example, if you bring your kid to a state-run school, you don't have to pay anything in addition, like for renovation, like to buy something for the class. But in Ukraine, you often have to do that, and we need to take it into consideration. And if we are not able to resolve the issue of safety and security, because of course it is the most important important issue for Ukrainian parents and children, but what we can do is to change the education system, and our study showed that a reform of the Ukrainian school is important to change their approaches and ensure higher quality of education. And we can do something today to make education attractive for the kids and for their parents, and which would facilitate the return of Ukrainian kids back to Ukraine. And we understand that our future today depends on what is going on at the front line. And it is difficult for us to make any forecasts, but the findings of this research study tell us that when there is an opportunity for people to come back to their cities and towns after the victory, we need to create proper conditions for them to return. And for that, of course, we need a strategy.
And when developing the strategy, we need to take into account that our Ukrainian kids, they have the experience of studying and living in other countries, that during the recovery period, Ukraine will need such professions as military specialists, engineers, doctors, psychologists, constructors, and new generation teachers. So we need to be ready for that. I'm grateful to the co-founders and to the team of the Ukrainian Women's Congress for this in-depth interviews, and thank you for the opportunity to hear and to exchange knowledge and vision about our Ukrainian women abroad. And I do believe that these messages will be conveyed to public authorities at the highest level, and they will form the basis for development of new state programs and strategies for Ukrainian women to come back home. Thank you, Larissa. And here I would like to briefly ask each of you, if having received this data, we will act right, then what will we do so that it were right? We are inspired with the slogan of Mary Hagan, that we are led by hope. Second, our work will make it possible to analyze for the Ministry of Education, for the Ministry of Integration, for local government. It will make it possible for us to understand what will need to be done for the women to come back. Yesterday, First Vice Prime Minister Sviridенko said that in order to ensure recovery, we need at least 4.5 million of our migrants to come back, so that our economy started growing slowly. So we need to do our best at the governmental level, in the civil society sector. We need to bring back the women and children. And let me mention another figure that has not been mentioned. 26% of women said that they gained the respective experience and education because they also implement various programs that they undergo them implemented by international organizations. So having that experience, they are ready to come back to implement that in Ukraine. Thank you. So our women, they are not just there using the other state allowances, they work hard. Yes, 90% of our respondents do volunteer work, they hold international dialogue sessions, they speak about what's going on in Ukraine. So there are very few who are passive. Okay, Larissa, in the field of education, what do you expect for these women to change their attitude to the Ukrainian system? We look forward to the further reform of the new Ukrainian school. We look forward to training of new generation of teachers, reducing number of subjects and more profound studies of specialized subjects, and improvement of the financial and material stock of our schools, and of course security, that's above all. As mentioned, economic aspects and the aspects of work, of jobs for Ukrainian women and children, that is also key. Yesterday we saw a presentation by Yulia Sviridenko, and she demonstrated that the Ukrainian government is implementing programs to bring back Ukrainian women, to develop entrepreneurship. We need to communicate these possibilities. We need to share positive cases, experience of Ukrainian women, to stimulate other Ukrainian women not to be afraid of coming back to Ukraine. Because based on my experience, I can say that Ukrainian women are highly professional, but unfortunately, sometimes they have to work at non-qualified professions. My colleague who was here, manager of a plant there, she works as a waiter. And she had 20 years of experience here. Of course, we need to bring back those professional women. Natalia, what's your vision? I will also try to be brief. So we could speak about temporary migrants, but that doesn't help us address this issue. So this is just to some extent about hiding this issue. Maybe we would like to have that vision. A lot of people who have left, many of them are active, they study, they work, they look for opportunities, they come back to Ukraine and they see what's going on here. And creating conditions for those who have left, for those who stay, that's very important. We see serious challenges there. A lot of, we've discussed education a lot, that's an issue, healthcare. In Ukraine, and refugees, they have huge needs. Based on in-depth interviews, we see that many of them come to Ukraine for medical treatment, and this is due to a high level of stress, distress of those women who have left, who have stayed. And also we need to keep in mind the financial aspect, living standards. Of course, we are now living under very difficult circumstances, but we need to pay attention to that. Thank you, Natalia, and I'm grateful to Ukrainian Women's Congress, Kyiv Institute of Sociology, the education cluster MRI-D. Thank you for this survey, because at least we have a certain understanding of the scope of the problem. First, we need to diagnose, and then we proceed with treatment. And we are very grateful to our partner, ULEAD. Thank you, Svetlana. So, Svetlana Wojciechowska, co-founder of Ukrainian Women's Congress, Larisa Zhikun, the leader of education cluster MRI-D, and Ms. Karchenko, executive. So today I will really have a good opportunity to ask all the questions. So yesterday, Vice Prime Minister, Minister of Economy said that we need at least 4.5 million people plus for recovery. Is that realistic? No, absolutely. If we try to recover the economy that we had before the war, first, we will not, even 4.5 million will not be enough. Secondly, nobody will be eager to come back here, because it means that the opportunities of self-realization, implementation in Ukraine will be the same as before the war. And third statement is that we will have no resource for this. There is no resource to ensure this 4.5 million. So let's moderately speaking, or most realistically speaking, this is Eurostat assessment. Currently, abroad in EU countries, we have 4.2 million of Ukrainian war migrants. According to High Commissioner for Refugees, in Russia there are 1.2 million. Based on our estimation, about 1 million is not in the EU and not in Russia. This is above all the UK, of course, but also the US, Canada, and a bit more elsewhere. Maybe that's a bit less than 1 million, but you should agree that that's appalling. Add 2.5 or 3 million of labor migrants whose migration is not linked with the war. And all in all, we have how much? So now migration, foreign external migration, is the key driver of the demographic dynamic in general. The percentage of women who can be brought back, well, sorry, but some people who I respect a lot, who have just presented results of their survey, but I don't believe in this 67%. Unfortunately, very often, especially when under stress, when the war is ongoing, people often say not quite what is realistic. They try unconsciously. This is not about totalitarian society or something, of course, but somehow unconsciously they adjust to the perspective that dominates in the society. Now it is shameful to admit even to oneself that you are not a patriot of Ukraine, right? So, and we could go on with the list. I understand that sociology that part was at the due quality level, but, you know, we need to be a bit skeptical about those positive results that we have received, unfortunately. I compare this figure of 67% with how many people came back after Balkan Wars. Well, that was 1/3. Even though Germans actually pushed Serbs away from their territory. And also, back then, the largest labor market, German labor market in Europe, it was not interested in having additional labor because they just recently joined with Eastern Germany, so they had other things to be concerned about. Now the situation in Europe is different, and it's not even so much about us. All European countries, they face problems of aging population and depopulation that is compensated with by migrants. Now, when you talk to French people, who are most tolerant about refugees from Arabic countries, so when they ask the question why Ukrainians are treated differently, they say when Poles in 1970s, 80s massively entered France, the main niche for them in the labor market was washing toilets. That's what they were doing. But their kids, actually all of them have university degree now. However, Arab or African refugees, they are rather focused on welfare support, to say nothing about some criminal aspects. So, if based on Poles and German data, 70% of Ukrainian women have university degree. So if now, well, I don't have data for Germany, but the recent data that was published by Eurostat or another organization, I may be mistaken, I believe it was Eurostat. So 65% of those who find themselves in Poland already have jobs. In Germany, I'm not sure about Germany, and 51% of those who are in Czech Republic, and these are three biggest countries, Germany, Poland, and Czech Republic, refugee-wise. So 51% of people in Czech Republic, they also have jobs. Maybe these are not professions or jobs that they deserve based on their qualifications and skills, but they are employed. Thus, they can rent housing, their kids go to schools, kindergartens, and so on and so forth. So they see all the flaws of the social support system, social services in other countries versus Ukraine even. This is about education, this is about healthcare. I believe that those who will come back, they will come back without pink glasses. They will lose them there or they will remove them, but definitely they will not have these pink glasses on. So having critical perception of Ukraine and Ukrainian situation, now they can do the comparison, not as tourists, but actually. And I dream of 50% coming back. If 60% come back home, I will be the happiest person ever. Really. Speaking about more, but having this forecast, does that mean that we need to use state resources, intellectual resources to develop programs for the country where there are 20-25 millions, or should we focus on returning people? We don't know how many we had before the war, but it was like 30 plus, right? I have checked a lot of sociological surveys and interviews, and I follow information in social media. People know what I'm interested in, and they just send that to me. And the main factor for people to return is, of course, security. And this is not something that we can influence now. Well, I hope for success of our army, but let's understand that while Russia is going to be our neighbor and they're going to be our neighbor, security issue is very much a question. So, second and third factor is jobs and housing. Well, here it's a bit easier. Here the government needs to do something. And all the rest, and so on and so forth, but those are minor aspects. So there are a lot of ideas about how to stimulate these people to come back. But I have one reservation there, and I'm glad that we have several MPs here, so maybe they will hear me. The most terrible thing, now let me put it this way, so now the society is very much united. We stay together as never before. I don't know what happened during Zaporizhzhia siege times, but in new history, this level of unity, we never had that before. Now we are together, and I understand that we are unified against something. So all of us together, we are against Russia, and fighting the aggressor, this is the main factor for this unity, but it still works. And it has been working for 2 years, almost. And during these 2 years, we've shown this vector of our state. And these 2 years, in addition to that, we support each other, we have a high level of empathy, and so on and so forth, but also we believe, or more people believe, that Ukraine is moving in the right direction, I mean fighting the aggressor, than those who believe that we are moving in the wrong direction. That's important, and this is something that we must never lose. I understand that having this level of unity is not possible after the war. Of course, we will start speaking about who yielded Chongar, who passed this command to demine and so on and so forth, but nevertheless we need to prevent this squabbles and fights in the society, because even though we are unified, we are still a split society, and I see four groups there. First, these are those who are fighting, not necessarily military officers or officials of the Ministry of Defense, but those who are in the front line who are actually fighting. That doesn't matter if it is territorial defense or the army. So these people, in our policy, support, motivation, we can give them whatever. We can give them like golden toilet bowls, whatever, and people will support that. Second group, this is those who always stayed here in the rear, I mean in the place where they were, in Kharkiv, in Kyiv, in their place of origin. Those who never left their place of permanent residence. That's the second group. Third group, these are those who did leave for evacuation, but within Ukraine. And I believe that after the war, it will matter for which period of time you left, for a month or for a year. But so far, I don't have a clear vision there. And finally, those who went abroad for evacuation. So if we try to offer some preferences to this fourth group, we can absolutely put a full stop on this unity.
You know, I think that the place where you are during the war, except the trenches, it gives some level of high moral ground. I didn't leave Kyiv because I thought that I would just feel bad in some other place. No, but I'm in Kyiv, you're in Kyiv, and the protection of Kyiv is very different from other cities. If I hear from people from Kharkiv, probably when they were near Hostomel, that was very different than Kyiv. To be honest, like at that time, I didn't understand anything. I left on the 4th of March when my house was hit, so that's when I left. But citizens of Kyiv don't feel that level of terror as other cities. And so when I talk to citizens of Kharkiv, and if they believe that they deserve certain preferences, those who stay there. I work in Academy of Science. We have a few institutions, and they work there under bombs. I don't know how they do this, and they keep working there. And they have the right for high level of respect. I'm not saying that we shouldn't help those people who are coming back. We should help them, but we shouldn't help them more than we help other groups. That's what I'm saying. If your house is destroyed, you need assistance, but it doesn't matter where you are physically. There should be any programs for repatriation. They might work, but the Ukrainian population will be against them. Yes, but then we need to think about how to live in the country with fewer population than what we had before the war, because economy will be different, transportation will be different. No, we have enough transportation. I don't think we'll get to 20 million. I hope we will never get to 20 million. Today in social media somebody wrote that our forecasts are really general. So because we forecast from 26 to 37 million, but we have different input. So we calculate that the war is going to be over by 2025, but we don't know how many more people are going to leave. Not physically, I mean. I actually support people leaving. I am as a professional because people save lives. I believe that the biggest value that civilizations have, which makes Ukraine different from Russia, or which differentiates any democratic society from the totalitarian, that's the value of human life. And when we say that we support European values, that's one of the factors. Look how our soldiers fight. We don't do butchering attacks. Okay, at least it's not our common method. Yes, the war is the war. We can never say never. But we don't use the approaches of mass killings of our soldiers. And after this common union, the other aspect that Ukraine got, we treat differently other people. Empathy. And it happened immediately. What impressed me the most when we had active shelling, the end of 2022, for example, when it was the fourth day without electricity and so on, when we were in shelters, when people shared food, and it was like perceived as like something normal. And then when people share water, that's a lot more serious. But the biggest, when people shared medicine. So this is the highest level of human empathy. And these are not European values, no. These are the values of global civilization, and in my opinion, it's British civilization. And the fact that we accepted those values shows the most our readiness to join the EU. I believe that our event proves that, because to talk about human rights during the war and talk about it as the highest value, I think it means a lot. But what else I would like to discuss with you? Of course, security, it is a defining moment for people to come back. But what other things about work, about housing, high quality of healthcare and education, that's what they are getting now. And we are going to the EU. Germany already has security, they already give jobs and transport. Why do they need to come back? The feeling of being Ukrainian, patriotism, it exists in Ukraine, that's true. I've been monitoring since February 24th our border control. Every day they inform about the number of people who leave and come back, and how Ukrainians come back. In the first 2 weeks after the war started, 200,000 Ukrainian men came back to Ukraine. 200,000. No other country can show the statistics. People were coming back knowing that they would never leave. They already knew that because the martial law already was imposed. And this feeling of being patriotic, our women have as well. The problem is that about the opportunities. So they sometimes work not in the positions where they want to. I also know many cases, it's not representative data. It's from social media, but I received a lot of answers. When this summer women were coming back because their kids said, no, I want to study in Ukrainian school, period. And if this child was from 5th grade, that's what they did. So not everything is that bad here at home. And the fact that some other countries already have it, not everyone will be able to adjust. Not everyone will want to adjust. And it's one thing if the person has no place to come back to, their house is destroyed, no place to come back to. We cannot be generous right now and help everyone to restore housing, even though I travel around my Horenka and I see that the majority of houses are already rebuilt to different extent. Some are like the fully rebuilt, some they just use whatever they could just to make it habitable, but people live there. I understand that maybe sometimes they don't have any other options, but people do that. But to come back here, if there is no house anymore, it's hard. But I am absolutely sure that first steps, it's a brisker plan rather than Marshall Plan. They will be aimed at recovering and reconstructing infrastructure, housing, transport, social infrastructure. We will need to rebuild that. And it will change. I think that after the war, we will need not only construction workers, but of course we'll have high demand for them. And part of these women will come back, I hope. So, but if everything is destroyed, if they don't have any family members, if they have only husbands, so I am afraid that husband will leave. Yes, after the war is over, with victory, borders will be open, and some percentage of men will leave. Yes, they will. Yeah, they will reconnect with families, and yes, it's bad. We understand that if the wife has higher education, most probably husband has higher education as well. If the wife is about 30, so husbands are also of this high productive age. So there is a risk, but our highest risk is that our migrants will be kept by our European friends. They don't want to let them go. They are not even hiding that. Tell me, please, why would Germany organize obligatory lessons of German language? Yeah, not just for our general development. Yeah, they want to read German classics there. Yeah, probably not. Yeah, they will try to keep our people there. They will offer them jobs, some benefits. And it would work if people were rational, but we have another factor is love to Ukraine and 200,000 men who came back at the beginning of the war. And that's the reason I hope for 50% rather than 30. Thank you very much. This was Ella Libanova. We need to take a picture. Could you please stay?
Я зараз вернусь, чекайте. Поки будуть стульчики нам переставляти, а ми сфотографуємося. А ви хлопайте.
Please. the forming the new system of public health. I'm inviting Olga Chumak, the moderator, head of communications of USAID project of building resilient system of public health. Maria Ionova, co-founder of Ukraine Women's Congress, MP. Maria Bardina, MP. Oksana Zbitneva, Head of Coordination Center on Mental Health, Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. Katerina Bulavina, medical expert, UNICEF. Ksenia Voznitsina, the Head of State Center of Mental Health and Rehabilitation. Alexander Yushko, President of Ukrainian Association of Reproductive Health. So, dear friends, thank you very much for joining our pretty complicated panel. And before I start talking to my guests, I will introduce them through their quotes. Maria Ionova, MP. In the condition of the war, we need to provide the families who want to have kids the rights for reproductive possibilities. Marina Bardina, MP. Ukrainian society is different. It's ready to see women, and they want to see active women. Oksana Zbitneva, the head of the Coordination Center of Mental Health of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. New reality must teach us to learn how to take care of ourselves. Katerina Bulavina, taking care of mental health of you and your team, that's a bright example of responsible leadership. And Ksenia Voznitsina, the head of State Center of Mental Health and Rehabilitation for Veterans. As the trauma, to treat trauma, we need to help self-identity, and we need to support this value of being Ukrainian. And Ms. Alexander Yushko, so restoring demographic fund of the country, that's the main task for post-war recovery. So that's how I introduce our panelists, and I would like to say that we have a pretty complicated topic, and it's about the most valuable thing about life and health. The war is taking lives of our soldiers, our civilians, and we have no time to think about our health, take care of our health, because we work, we volunteer, we support the front lines. And you know, in these life conditions, we are pretty close from demographic crisis. We have the tools of modern science which can help overcome this crisis, and for that we need a pretty good legal framework. And I know that these days the Parliament adopted a draft law that our military will be able, I hope as soon as possible, to preserve their reproductive material for free. And I would like to give the floor to Maria Ionova so that she can explain the next steps that should be made in the area of legislation, so that we don't worry about our genetic fund. Thank you very much. It's true, the topic is complicated, because today we can discuss about some difficult things and not maybe the popular topic in our society. And I want to thank Equal Opportunities Caucus and all our partners that we can discuss difficult topics with our international partners and civil society. And sometimes these are topics that we don't even discuss on the level of the family. And now, as we see how many people die and get wounded, we need to have the right for our defenders for their reproductive rights.
Back in 2012, when I worked in the healthcare committee, we worked with Katerina on the issue of vaccination, and with Alexander, we started working on the topic of the reproductive technologies, and we looked like, this black sheep, and people looked with surprise at us, because that is a question of the health of the nation. Unfortunately, we had too many emergencies and catastrophes which led to the demographic problems, and now it is a question of the national security. And now that this situation is aggravating, and we have to respond to this challenge today and prepare relevant legislation, because we need to also do awareness raising among our people in addition to that. And I will not say something new, but I want to say that we will have problems in the society with some religious faith-based organizations, with the church. This is what we experienced when we were promoting some gender initiatives like Istanbul Convention. So I think that in my speech I will ask some rhetoric questions, but I want all of us to respond to these questions together with the executive bodies, together with the self-government bodies, and with the civil society, because unless all stakeholders are engaged, we will be just talking, but with no result. So firstly, I would like to thank you because you mentioned the law, and this idea is great. And what is there, that's not enough. And yesterday, for example, there was an amendment like disposal of the biological materials of the military has to be done. So this is what was introduced. And with Lena and Svetlana, we were talking yesterday about the issue to ask families what they think about it, and I don't think that it has been done. And there are many cases when a man or a woman does not have an opportunity to have kids, so we can talk about surrogate mothers here, and that's also an issue. But the first thing is giving this right to people. When we give them this right, then we can have this conversation with the experts, like how can we protect the man, the woman, and the kid. And I think that after we had about 20 working group sessions, we still don't have answers to some questions with Alexander, because there is some reproductive age for the woman, for the man, and the doctors have, the experts, they have different views on that. And also there is a question of for how long should this material be stored, because collecting the material, that's one thing, and storage is another. But also is the government ready to provide more than 100,000 hryvnias to make sure that the pregnancy can happen. And we need to talk about the practical things, because the government will not be able to cover all these costs and to ensure the cryo technologies for the storage storage of this material. So we need to think about public-private partnership, because private clinics, they do have equipment, they do have experts, but that is all about funds again. So at this panel, I would like to hear about how we can implement this. No, it's not just about the laws, but I want to see how our military men and women can use this, how they can have kids, because we are talking not only about collection of the materials of the military who are at the front line, but also about those who are wounded, those who are injured, because reproductive function is harmed by stress, both for men and for women. So there are a lot of challenges, there are a lot of questions, but we need to move forward along this way, because it should be part of our state policy. We were talking about Israel yesterday. They have the state policy that if a military like man or woman died, they can take this biological material within 24 hours and store this material to make sure that their nation survives. So we have to understand that this fight is for many years to come, and we need to answer the question, who will continue this fight, who will rebuild our country. So we all need to focus on this fight, and we need to get united around resolving all these issues for the military, not only providing them with the weapons, but also talking about their families, providing social guarantees to them. And here we need to engage also male and female veterans as well. So there is a wide range of issues. I don't know if we're going to talk about it, but my key message is that reproductive rights of our military should be part of the state policies. Then it will be easier to address this issue and to find sources of funding. All of us could do it. We need to be interested in that. Thank you, Maria, for raising this important question. Of course, we are not closing this topic today, and we will need to have this discussion during our panel session. And I know that there are a lot of questions in the audience now, and I hope that we will be able to discuss it here with our panelists, and that we will be able to have a Q&A session with the audience as well. And now I would like to give the floor to Marina Bardina, MP. Marina, you are an expert in gender policies, and our Ukrainian legislation is already familiar with some gender initiatives. We know about paternity leave for fathers, the law to prevent domestic violence, and other initiatives. So, on the one hand, we are working to rebuild Ukrainian population, and we hope to overcome the demographic crisis. So this young generation, which is growing now. So what should be done for the society, Ukrainian society, to be a society of equal opportunities? Good afternoon, and thank you. And I would like to welcome co-founders of the Ukrainian Women's Congress. It is the event which happens every year, and many experts are waiting for it to have these discussions. And I really like the themes we are discussing this year, reconstruction and recovery. And I was listening to Ella with great attention, because the topics she was mentioning were impressive, because the numbers she was mentioning, they were striking for me. We all understand that women with children were the ones to flee the war, first of all, because that's the basic instinct of a woman, to ensure security of her child. So when there are some missiles, you understand what these women are doing. But just personally for me, I want to say that it is important for me to be in Ukraine, and every time when I have to go abroad, even if it's work, travel, it is traumatizing for me, because the life is so different there. Here, you see people around you, and you understand that you have the same thoughts, you have the same troubles, and it is easier. As for our legislative work, we do understand all the challenges that we have today, that we will have tomorrow. The labor market, the men who are not coming back from the war. And why I'm talking about men? Because we are talking about women, and it is important to create the opportunities for women who need to combine work and family life. And women who are abroad, who have jobs there, when they come back, they will want to have a job here and to have salaries here. If we are talking about families where man is at war, and if there are small kids, so women, they have to take care of them, take care of the kids, take care of the parents, in addition to their jobs. And if we talk about the future demographic situation in Ukraine, we understand that young Ukrainian women are different from us, for example. The views, the attitudes, they are different among the girls today. So it is important for young women to combine work and family, because otherwise we will have a lot of women who work, but not a lot of those who have kids, who have families. Because when you are running all the time, when you're doing your job, you sometimes forget about the need to have kids, to stop at some moment. And it is important that in the parliament we have this women's solidarity and this belief that legislation needs to be comfortable for women. And we can talk about the previous convocation as well, but I think that with each convocation, women are more and more proactive and defining the rules for the country, because often we continue following the rules set by men. But just recently, there was this story about the maternity leave, and this is the story relevant for every second or third woman in the country. So for us, this maternity leave, which is 126 days if you have one kid, and this maternity leave had to start 70 days before the Labor Day and 56 days after. And I was asking myself a question: why does the state define when this maternity leave has to start? Because I think that it is important to have freedom of choice. And I want to say thank you to my colleagues and share this information with everyone that these rules have been changed. And today, women can define when they want to use this maternity leave. And if they start their maternity leave later, then they can take more days after they give birth to their kid. And I think that many women will be using this opportunity, because in the first months, babies need more attention from their mothers, and it is more difficult for women to combine taking care of their baby and their work. Yeah, if I could go back to the time when I gave birth to my kid, I would use this opportunity. Right. And what happens when the woman has to go back to work? Is her workplace adapted to her being a mother? Is our society friendly to mothers, to parents with kids? Is our infrastructure friendly to such people? I mean, women who are abroad now and who felt different standards of life, they will be asking a question here: where is this comfort? Where are the kindergartens for me to bring my baby so that I can work? And I hope that they will be asking their employers questions like, we have several women with kids, let us create a kids room. And in the parliament also, women were talking about the need to have kids room, and if the woman is breastfeeding, it is difficult for her to find a place to do that. And if someone sees a stroller in our offices, they are surprised to see that, and they say that I wasn't able to bring my kid. And so we go back to this culture in the society, which we still don't have. And I think that the more women talk about it, the more they insist on those changes to be made, the more these changes will actually be happening. And we need to advocate for the initiatives which we started. And I know that Olena and Maria, we always know that we will have support from different factions and parties, and for me it is very valuable. This is what we are thinking about today: recovery from the point of view of maternity, because we all understand this demographic crisis that we are facing. We understand that we need to create comfortable conditions, and just recently I saw findings of research, and the conclusion was that if women were paid for what they do at home, for taking care of their family, they would be getting 100,000 hryvnias every month. So I think that it would benefit everyone if women were engaged in the workforce, in decision-making, a full scale. And what women can do, men cannot, and vice versa. That's about their perception of this world and of life. We have different views, different approaches, and I think that my message for you today is for us to have this sisterhood. And you know, in politics, I see some things which are surreal, and I feel calm. I feel so good when we have this unity in our country, and I hope that we will have this unity moving forward. Of course, we will have some arguments, some discussions, but I think that every citizen of the country has to think about the countries first of all, and not think about their political ambitions so much. Thank you, and I like the idea of Svetlana Wojciechowska about mentorship. This would be the approach helping us to have a new generation and to pass the experience. So thank you for your words. And just briefly, Svetlana, I want to congratulate you with the strategy of equality in education that is also about the future and about the culture. And I want to ask you all to join these efforts because it defines how boys and girls think and talk about the equality. And now I would like to talk to Oksana. So today we are saying that we cannot postpone things. We cannot postpone being mothers, or otherwise we will have a demographic crisis. We cannot postpone approval of draft laws. We need to move as fast as we can. And can we postpone our mental health? And what programs can help us make our mental health stronger? I welcome all the participants of this Congress who are here in the room, who are online with us, and I would like to thank the speakers in the panel, because we are talking about the recovery and the reconstruction and about the retaining things also. And why we cannot postpone things like till after the victory? Because we cannot postpone our needs. All of us, we are a resource, not only for ourselves, but for those who are around us as well.
And the responsibility for preserving this resource, well, it is really not responsibility of the state. Above all, this is the duty of each of us. And I really would like it that when we discuss mental health, that we above all spoke about what I can do for that sake, and then where I cannot do that, what the state can do for me. And the First Lady, she undertook the leadership for mental health, for development of the National Program for Mental Health. She has set this vector, and we can see very clear arguments why we cannot postpone that, because that's about resources, recovery, impact on physical health, and this is about productivity, and that's about the economy. So mental health is everywhere. Unless we invest into ourselves and into the people around, into the country, mental health and businesses, whether we will be able to recover. And what we do need to recover above all, that's the individual, and then everything stems from there. So mental health is actually about senses, about mental health. This is a sign of maturity of a nation. Why I say that? Because when you know how to answer challenging questions, who do I act with? Why am I doing that? For which sake? What is my meaning, cause? Who I should be grateful to on the daily basis, and what for? So you can rely on what makes you strong. As the Coordination Center, we not only offer or suggest some solutions to the government, because now mental health is high on the agenda of the national policy, businesses, international organizations and partners, expert community, and MPs. This is an entire ecosystem, but we also explore the dynamic of mental health of Ukrainians, relying, of course, on how subjectively they treat that. I can mention the recent figures versus last year. The number of respondents who see their mental health as at the negative level, this is those who understand that they are falling into the abyss. So compared to previous year, well, it was 8.5% last year. This year, as of October, it is already 11%. And this is people who identify their state as very poor already. Another important thing. Recently, stress and anxiety mostly relates to younger people, aged from 20 to 24, and we see an increase of this rate by more than 6% in all target groups. Exhaustion, anxiety, stress, and distress, let me not scare you, so let us think about what may help us recover. Ukrainians say that, based on their perception, the people who participated in combat, combatants, veterans, they will need greatest amount of support for mental health recovery. But still, the highest need for that is experienced by teenagers. Please raise your hand if you are parents of teenagers. And let me quote a metaphor. When it is frosty outside, that how you try to protect young trees, where they try to organize some bonfires to keep them warmer, or they wrap them in something. And this is what we need to do to the younger generation. And if you don't know what your strategy could be, you are very much welcome to How Are You website, and there you can see all the advice and recommendations, and together with your teenage kid, look for coping strategies that will help them find answers to their questions, because most they complain about losing sense of life. Another target group that does not identify their need clearly, however, they have sleeping problems, anxiety, apathy, panic in this target group is high, and this is elderly people. Please raise your hand if you have elderly relatives. And you know what their need is. It's not about pharmaceutical treatment. It's about talking to them, because they feel so lonely, especially those whose kids left abroad. Ms. Libanova shared all the diagnoses with us and the risks pertaining to them. And of course, we need to address those. But above all, we need to understand how we rescue ourselves. Please take care of yourselves and your mental health, because we are the most valuable asset resource of the country. Thank you, Oksana. I believe that our audience has noticed that we are moving from the Ukrainian embryo to the Ukrainian teenager, and attention to care of the elderly. This is quite unique, I believe, for our panel. Now let's proceed with Katarina. Let me mention that in October, since early October this year, in October, they ratified the law on public health, and of course that's a framework law that still envisages development of a lot of bylaws, but this is already a step towards integration with the European legislation. And the new domain of public health includes more focus on prevention, fighting infectious and non-infectious diseases, non-communicable diseases like cardiovascular, oncology, prevention for mental health. That's cool, that's what our society needs, but look, we are living in times of war. So if there aren't if we can prioritize any areas of public health if we are at war. Is something more important than something else, or maybe we need to try and cover everything? First of all, Olena, she complains that I am staring at the student, but actually why I'm doing that, I'm taking notes because I need to complement and to add something good and helpful. Have you ever watched TED Talks? Okay, I see some have. Have you watched Madeleine Albright's TED Talk? If you have not, this is my recommendation to you. Right today, after the summit, you can watch that TED Talk. It is translated in a good way, and you can access it in English. Maria and Olena, who invited me here, they very much remind me of Madeleine Albright, who was the State Secretary of the US, and well, you'll see what she's speaking about, and thank you for inviting. And Svetlana, I don't know you personally so far, so I hope that we will have a chance to meet officially. So again, starting with your question. I believe that we have crossed the line where we have war or non-war. War has been ongoing for a long period of time. I suggest to never speak about healthcare as something that should be priority for the time of the war and then the rest. No, it's not going to happen. And now speaking about different generations, as the speakers have mentioned, but let me emphasize some aspects. So speaking about older generation, if you want your elderly relatives to be alive so that it were possible to talk to them while they are alive, you need to vaccinate them. And if you think that they will do that proactively, no, they will not do that. So please take control, go and vaccinate them for COVID. Even Omicron-specific vaccine is now available. So when you take them for vaccination, please make sure that they have facial masks. Let them not come closer to other people, not to get the infection, and also they should have vaccination against flu, COVID, and even pneumococcal infection. It is expensive, but it's good. And don't forget to praise them and yourself for doing that. If you have not attended the cardiologist for a long period of time, or you see that they do not follow advice of their family doctor, if they don't like their family doctor, find for someone who they would like. That's important. If you don't know how to talk to them, please go to a psychologist to have an advice, or find someone who they can talk to. This is about the elderly. Regarding women, women are very vulnerable, and the family is very vulnerable where the woman is expectant, because everybody is concerned about how that's going to happen. And people are concerned about money, because there are informal payments. Everyone is concerned whether there will be enough money or not. But I suggest that you are very attentive, you are very influential women, since you are at this Congress now. So please check whether this maternity home is safe, whether you explain where they should go, where it is safe. It's not because they know the doctor or it is easier to come to an agreement, but which maternity home is really safe, so that even if there are some problems arising in the process of delivery, so that every baby could survive and leave this maternity home with their mothers. The Minister of Health supports this idea, and thus they started a range of checks and monitoring exercises that we also implement with UNICEF and the National Health Service. But in many years, that's going to be the first time when there will be this increase in quality of providing health care. And for IVF, I believe it's very cool if it is included by the National Health Service into the package of healthcare services. I believe that's a very important achievement. And the fact that private clinics have already started freezing the material, and I had several discussions on that, and I'm grateful to MPs for your attention to that. because it's so important to give people a chance. And I believe that's also about mental health of families, because, for example, where people want to have children now, some of them may be at the front line, and if they have that material already, that gives them more confidence. For older generation, I believe that's also about confidence. I don't know about you, but when my mom does something that I don't like, well, as we say in Odessa, that twists my nerves. So, but now that she's vaccinated, I feel calmer and I can respond in a more balanced way. And now I'm going to follow my notes. Olena has left the audience, so I can go back to my cell phone. So speaking about women leaders, ask yourselves whether you see your teams as they are and with the needs that they have, and whether you long time ago asked yourself about whether you need a coach, a psychologist, and a mentor. And these are three different people, and sometimes you may need one, sometimes all the three of them, some two out of three, and you may ask yourself if you need that or not. But then you will have a lot of opportunities also with international organizations to arrange that. But if you don't ask this question, you will not be able to organize that. As UNICEF, we organize psychological support for healthcare workers, and you know that most of them are women. Well, managers are men, but otherwise that's women. Almost all of them, for the exception of surgeons, maybe. So we organize this assistance. So if you are interested, you can approach me. I will explain how to do that. So we pay to those psychologists who work with healthcare professionals. That's confidential. That's a practical tip. And also, I would like to mention that at all the trainings, since we work with healthcare professionals, we tell them that women must not allow depreciation, devaluing themselves, and that they don't devalue other women. That starts with some trifles, but that's important, because you know how it sometimes happens in the healthcare sector. Of course, that doesn't happen to you, but this is what I witness. We meet each other and we might say, when you wear these trousers, you look much slimmer. Please don't do that. Say, well, this fits you well. Or we may say, with this hairdo, you look younger. Don't do that. Say, well, you look nice, I like your hairdo, whatever. Because this is about devaluing. This is about outer appearance, about weight, about the status, marital status, and about children. Try to be very careful and cautious with each other. That will preserve your mental health in the situation that is already very challenging. We do a lot of broadcasts with outstanding speakers for mental health, with Svetlana Royce, for Oksana Zbitneva, about the national program. You can follow us on UNICEF web pages and Dr. Bulavina YouTube channel. Thank you. Thank you, Katerina. And my next question goes to Ksenia. I am a bit get frozen, and it's not because I'm not prepared. I do that intentionally because it was difficult for me to come up with a question for you. I know that you and your center have started the work that you've been implementing for a while. This is psychological rehabilitation of veterans, and you started that long before the full-scale invasion. You have unique experience, and my question is going to be quite straightforward. How do you even do that? Sorry, Ksenia will not praise herself, so if I may, let me say a couple of words. I see the results of the work of the center since 2014, and we remember that building and that expertise, but they did a lot of work to rebuild, to recover. So she actually rescues people and she rescues families. And this is really rescue work, so that people did not commit suicide. So Ksenia, she looks slim and young and beautiful, but she has this huge heart. These are incredible stories. And I am so happy that the center has developed and international organizations are supporting them. That's best practices that we can already share with other countries, God forbid them from this experience, of course. Okay, now I'm blushing. Now all of us have some mental health issues, and it takes time to digest this kind of interventions. So about boasting and about international experience. So now in Lisova Polyana we are holding an international conference, and I've come here to stay with you for a while, and thank you for this invitation. And this is outstanding, because for the first time in many years that we've been organizing the conferences, inviting international speakers. Usually when they speak, after the interventions, international guests switch off. And sometimes what they try to convey to us, that's quite basic, considering that a lot of countries in the world believe that we've been in the state of war for a short period of time. But this recent week that we've been preparing to launch the conference, well, long time ago we ordered simultaneous interpretation, and the 4 speakers from Canada, UK and the US, at 9 a.m. they started writing to everyone, asking for the link, and all of them follow what our experts are sharing. And that's cool. So we are sharing this experience, even though, of course, we'd better avoid this experience. And speaking about the defenders who come back, who we wait for, and in the context of recovery, all of us should keep in mind that traumatic experience that may affect people at war, it may be difficult, where you need to overcome some challenges for the society, but it can be also resourceful, a resource, if someone manages to process that, to grow on that, to recover and avoid, and this is about post-traumatic growth.
This is a well-known phenomenon which is studied up closely, and I think we need to study it more in Ukraine, because people who have some aspects of post-traumatic growth, this is like 2 people working like for one person having the energy of 2 people, and it's very important for us. And mental health depends on every person, and every person, wherever we are, like we are responsible for this. If there is some pathology, or like if there is a need for surgery, we need a professional. And if we have like some repair done, we also need a person who would do the repair. But if we talk about mental health, it's not enough just to have a professional, either psychologist or therapist, but a lot depends on the environment, how they are supported in the family, in their previous job, at new job, whether they are able to get a new job. And this post-traumatic growth happens if people got like this really powerful support. And we can be basically these doctors for all of these people, and we need to think a lot about it. And it's not enough just to have professional doctors or good rehabilitation centers. Each and every one of us has some input into this growth of the people who come back from the front lines, and this overwhelming respect and gratefulness, it has to be everywhere. It has to be a part of our air, and it will allow them to grow. How we do that? I say that I have the best work in the world, because this motivation I get from these extraordinary, ordinary people, people who went to the front lines, especially since the invasion. These are not some abstract people. These are our people. They had all this normal everyday life, family life, going to cafes, work, and now they're defending us, and at some point they will come back. And working with them gives you motivation, and we have a huge area and space how we can assist, and we can do so much for their reintegration, for their rehabilitation, and we can only add and expand all the tools that we can use. So we are taking care of our defenders and we treat them with dignity. Thank you. I would like to use this opportunity to thank our defenders, men and women, as they create this opportunity for us to organize events like this in these conditions and to discuss very important topics now. I had a book that I love and I read it before the war. It was therapy. So that's like garden therapy, and that's actually that's how you can work in the garden, you can grow, you can do something with your hands, you can work with soil. And from this book I realized that like the base of bringing people back to civilian life, it's basically giving them the feeling of basic security. That is correct. Yes, it's a really good method of therapy. We started to use it about a year ago. And we brought professionals who taught us how to use it. And it works really well with Ukrainian mentality, because Ukrainians have this tendency to work with soil. And it's about recovery, because you see the result, you see these plants grow, and you created that. And today at the conference, the first video that we shared, that before the full-scale invasion, 2021, we tried to restore the old greenhouse that we have on our premises, and we made a documentary about this, and the project is called Green Faces. And there were 8 participants of this project. They went back to the trenches. It was Olena, she was paramedic, and 4 guys, they were engaged in this project. Now they're back to the front lines. Now this greenhouse is almost back. We can grow some cucumbers and some herbs, and we already had our harvest last summer. And here's the question, more question from the audience. Do you need more professionals, or do you have enough personnel? Do you mean Ukraine in general? We have quite a lot of professionals. We have good psychological community. But some professionals, they want to work with trauma, they need additional training, and there is a window of opportunity because we have support from international partners and people who, our professionals, they've been working with this for about 10 years now, they provide trainings as well. Only if you're lazy, you will not find the opportunity to learn what you want to learn, but you do need to learn. You need to increase your qualification to work with specific traumas or specific states. This is a good message when we discussed yesterday lifelong learning. We understand that when many young people, when they choose the profession, so that's one of the areas where they can develop their professional skills. Mr. Alexander, we got to you. So we have this circle and building narrative in a circle. We started with reproductive health, and Ms. Maria said that this is the topic that is not discussed even inside the family, but we are going back to this. So what challenges do you see of restoring the gene pool in Ukraine? I'm very happy to see everyone here. For me, it's very unusual experience, very interesting. You know, scientists live in different environment, and our conferences are pretty different. And this example of women, how women change my attitude to how to do gatherings like this. For our next conference, I will take into account some ideas from this event. And thank you very much for this invitation. Thank you, Ms. Maria. This is our good friend of our reproductive health care. We've been cooperating for about 12 years, and I want to thank the whole Parliament for the possibility to develop this area. I am a doctor, obstetrician, gynecologist, and you understand that I work for women and children all my life, and it's my calling, but I'm also a professor, the head of the department, and also I'm the head of Association of Reproductive Health of Ukraine. And this is something that is really close to my heart, and I would like to share some opinions. Everyone has mentioned about demographic crisis. Some people are talking about 25 million in population, or 32 million in population, and that the number of newborns decreased. We had 200,000 newborns in 2022, but in the 90s, this was 300,000. And in 1925, we had 1.5 million newborns. So this process didn't start yesterday or the day before yesterday. And if you look into demographics, this decrease started in the 80s. It went down, and the fertility went down, so we stopped, and now we are around maybe this indicator of 1, and it's a bit sad statistics, but let's talk about plans, what we need to do and how we should act in this situation. In my opinion, first, what we need to realize that we need a program of bringing back the women of reproductive age, because these are those 5 million who need to come back to Ukraine, and some part of them will get pregnant and they will have kids. It's a complicated issue. There was an example from Israel. Yes, they have an interesting program of repatriation. It is maybe we need to have certain programs for Ukraine. And today I heard a lot of suggestions, good proposals, something that is necessary for our state. So from medical perspective, it is the culture of fertility. We need to restore it here in the country. Today, we've heard a lot of different proposals how we can do that. It includes different aspects, schools, kindergartens, also reproductive health. I'm a medic, so I'm thinking about the other aspect, about healthcare of fertility. So what we can do as doctors? So, for example, this additional reproductive technologies, because now we rely on them. So what about medical aspect? Europe, 5%, that's about this reproductive technology. And other countries, for example, the United States, that's 3 or 4 times more. And in Japan, they use it even more. In Australia, even more. So we have a huge reserve of using these technologies, but we need investment into this. Where can we find money? Now in Ukraine, according to the report of 2021, we had 36 cycles of these reproductive technologies, and we had 11,000 newborns using these technologies. That's a very small percentage. And we do 880 cycles per million population. That's 3 times lower than Scandinavian countries, 5, 6, 10 times lower than US, Japan, Australia, and other countries. Why? We calculated for these 36.5 cycles, patients spent $100 million of their own funds. This is not supported by the state. They needed to, and it led to 11,000 babies born. So you can calculate the cost of a baby. It's very expensive. We need to increase the number of cycles, at least double or triple this number. And then we can get to this 5%, which our country needs, so that we can support the fertility rate, or to do something like Israel or the United States. But again, these 100 million, the state needs to add the 100 million from the state. But if the state can give 200, then it will be 1/3 of newborns. And this can be a program of restoring fertility rate in our country. I want to thank the National Healthcare Service of Ukraine, which started the program of eco-medical guarantees. This is a really huge jump forward. But there are certain aspects that we need to focus on. In Ukraine, we have 90 clinics of reproductive technologies, and so 90 reproductive clinics, and 50 they can do reproductive technologies. And 40 is these agencies or some examination rooms, so they're around reproductive health. And out of these 50 or 90 clinics, 95%, these are private institutions. Private, and they basically carry on their shoulders all this direction, and only 3 are state-owned. If their national service doesn't listen only to private clinics, and so then, and on money, if money is allocated only to state-owned clinics, it's not realistic. But the ministry needs to change its paradigm and say that, yes, we are ready to listen to you. Let's create good conditions for the patients, because you know that in state-owned hospitals, they are funded by the state, but private clinics, they need to make their own income. And this is a dilemma. And if at the last working group, maybe I was a bit too tough, I told them that if you don't change this paradigm, this program will never work. Private clinics, it will not be beneficial for them to work in this area, and then we will lose this new initiative. We need to change the paradigm. That's about funding. Mr. Alexander, I promised our audience that I would allow them to ask questions, so I will let you say just one comment. For reproductive health care to work, we need to have norms and regulations. In Ukraine, it's basically perfect. So the law from the 90s works. We wanted to improve this law. We wanted to add something. Of course, it requires certain improvement. But I said that we need to just put it on pause, because this draft law, which was not voted for, it was the law on prohibition. So basically everything was prohibited. So the draft law on 8111 about post-traumatic parenting. But we don't really need that law as much, but we need post-mortal parenting. It is prohibited. We don't know what to do with these eggs and sperm. We don't have a law what to do post-mortem. And so please, MPs, look into that, please.
Thank you. I realize that we need to have a separate day for this discussion on reproductive rights, not just a panel. So our speakers inspired me with such wonderful topics they raised. And if we have any questions from the audience, you have a unique opportunity to ask the questions, or maybe you have a comment. Good afternoon. I am a gynecologist and I'm a reproductive health doctor. So I will be 50 in a month, and in 2 months I will give birth to a child. My name is Natalia Lilych, if you do not know me, and my experience of going all over Ukraine in the recent 2 years, it shows a different picture. In small villages and small towns and in rural areas, all the things that we have been discussing, it's not rocket science, but it is just something unknown. So we really lack medical education at schools, sex education at school. I worked with raped girls for over a year, and I know about the problems that they were experiencing, and we do not have a culture of discussing such topics in the society. So I would like to invite you to cooperate to support medical and sexual education in schools in the regions, not in Kyiv or in Kharkiv, but also in rural areas. That is very important. And the second thing is that, like in Kharkiv region, Dergachi, for 8 months there was no electricity. It was not possible to store insulin, and people are dying. So what kind of assisted reproductive technologies are you talking about? But they have TV sets. So let us start with the TV. Let us raise the awareness. Let us share information so that we start this discussion in the society. It is very important, and I want it to happen in our country. Thank you. And Maria would like to comment. Yes, that is what I was talking about raising awareness about education, and we need to educate people, not only through social media, but also through mass media, also through the government programs. And yes, NHSU, what Alexander mentioned, this budget was approved, and we need to have this guaranteed package of services. And the woman will then decide where she would like to do it. And we need to analyze like how much resources are needed, and if it is possible for these reproductive centers to be supported by the government. Yes, there will be some consequences, someone will not like it, but so you said that 11,000 babies were born. Sorry, but it's a cool result, it is awesome. Those are kids, this is our future, so we need also to take it into account, but we need to make it part of the national policy. And as soon as we all engaged in this process, we will have some results. Because if we take only the top level, we will not be able, to do it just from the top level. We talked to Svetlana and Alena, and we decided that we are ready to do it, and we will have these difficult discussions with the church, with the faith-based organizations, with the small rural areas, but we need to work on it to get a result. Thank you everyone. We are following timing perfectly, so if you have a closing remark, you can share your remarks. Because I will have a conflict with Yana. Yeah, just a comment. The sex education, this is what triggers me. This is what is very relevant. I know people who are ready to get engaged in this process, but I don't see who would be our opponents. Even the Church Council is talking about these issues, and I remember we had biology classes at school, and kids were laughing as soon as the reproductive things were discussed. So if you have time in 2 months, hopefully we can work on it together. Thank you for joining our discussion today. And to be honest, I want to stand up and I want to say a big thank you to all of you for all your work. And I want to wish us all to take care of ourselves, and so that we can be unstoppable on our way to the victory. Please stay here. We had Olga Chumak, USAID project lead, Maria Ionova, MP, co-founder of the Ukrainian Women's Congress, Maria Bardina, MP, Oksana Zbitneva, head of the Coordinating Center on Mental Health at the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, Katerina Bulavinova, UNICEF medical expert, Ksenia Voznitsina, Center of Mental Health Service and Rehabilitation, Lisova Polyana, and Alexander Yusko, president of the Ukrainian Association of
І от нам так пощастило, я відірвала просто
So we are lucky I was able to have Olga with me. So Olga Chumak, Head of Communication, USAID project working on sustainability of public health system. Thank you for being with me, Olga. So could you please share what support does your project provide to the government of Ukraine? You know this topic is very important, and our project helps the government of Ukraine to ensure support where it is needed. We help people in those areas where our support is needed, and we provide different kinds of support: expert support, financial support. We work with the Ministry of Health. We support centers of disease control all over Ukraine to build their capacity, to build their competence, so that they could respond to the potential threats for the population. Another topic which is very familiar to me, the information campaign. So you mentioned prevention of diseases. How is situation in terms of prevention now? You know, during our panel discussion, we did not have enough time to discuss the full range of topics raised during our panel discussion, but the final message was very good, saying that at the state level we need to have proper awareness-raising campaigns and information campaigns. They can be a way to educate our people, like where we need to inform people, educate them. This is what can be done through information campaigns. And if it is a national level, government level information campaign, people tend to trust such campaigns. And what does your project do in terms of information support? You know, the activities of the project are diverse. We cover a lot of public health areas, including the issues of community health, primary health care, mental health, a wide range of public health issues. But I would like to reiterate like what you said, that communication is important, and now we will have two information campaigns and what we do in cooperation with the state. Now, one campaign is about vaccination for people 60 plus, where we work with elderly people and we ask them to have vaccination against COVID and against flu. And the second campaign, it has a more narrow focus. So our project is a 5-year project. Now it is the second year of implementation, and we work in 8 focus regions. And we have this Time for Yourself project implemented in those 8 regions. This is what we discussed today at our panel session. So we hurry all the time. We do not think about prevention. We forget to rest. But those things, they are important. They help us to recover, to find new resources, to move forward. So this information campaign is what we want to focus on. It's like this principle that first you put mask on yourself and then you can help other people around you. Thank you for what you do. This is all very important. And we also want to thank the American people for supporting such projects through you.
And we continue our interviews, and this is Maria Ditkovsky. She's an ideologist of the project Open Music, World Music, and Victory of Dignity. And she's also a famous restaurant manager. That's music of the city so far, not global, not world music, but definitely is going to go wider. Okay, so what's the role of women in recovery of Ukraine? I believe that, well, today I was listening to the panel discussion, and it occurred to me that we could compare the role of women now in the process of recovery with the role of all Ukrainians abroad now. I mean, this is, I believe, a very straightforward comparison, because when a lot of people have left abroad, rescuing their families above all of these people undertook a very important mission. They have high level of responsibility because these people represented the image of the modern Ukraine that we are rescuing here, I mean the entire world, and we donate our money, our time, and so on and so forth. So what kind of Ukraine is that, whether we should rescue it? And this is the only chance actually to show Ukraine to the world, to present Ukraine in such a way that it really gains this important attention and support. Just as now it is possible for women, well, even though the events are terrible, a lot of men are at the front line, but this is about this opportunity. All these themes that have been discussed today and all the 6 times before and informally, that's about the role of women, about the possibility of attributing these roles and empowering women, and all of that is available now. And the recent discussion that I was listening to, the participants mentioned that responsibility has no gender. That is why now we have all the chance to be the best one, to be highly responsible, and then the role of women will remain the same after the war as well. Thank you. And my next question would be about businesses. How does Ukrainian business survive in these difficult times for Ukraine? What are the new challenges or maybe difficulties that we face? Well, this is about survival, as you mentioned, right? But I believe that also, again, mentioning something that people said today, we no longer have these notions of before, pre-war, during the war, and after the war. It is more than 500 days now, and those who are here now, we have decided that this is our life now. This is not about that we need to wait for the war to end. It's going to last, and it's going to be challenging for a long period of time. So we need to stop survival strategy. We should have done that a long time ago. We need to think about development, because only when thinking and planning our future, our tomorrow, and some format for the next year, businesses can not only survive, but also become the tool that our state so desperately needs. Within these plans and thoughts about development, how can the government, the state, support women entrepreneurs? Not interfere, not prevent them from doing what they do. That's a good answer. Is it possible to support culture-focused initiatives? Because your cultural initiatives, they are important and they give a lot of help and use. So how important is it to provide support there? Cultural initiatives, they are always invisible, but they are very efficient. And especially in these difficult times, culture and arts give hope. Because in art, a lot of people find way out of hopelessness. They discover the hope for tomorrow. And culture and arts, that's something that is very fulfilling. And culture, it is an important value. that above all conveys these cultural codes to the future generation, that identifies our nation, what we're fighting for. Because now, when you are in this distress, hardship, you think about survival. But why survive? That's the question of culture. And what we are doing now, we have come up with a very interesting project, and that is Victory of Dignity. We bring together businesses and arts to raise the level of attractiveness of donations, because we understand that this is a long run, and we all will need the money and various resources, and people are tired of donating, not because they are bad, but because everybody understands that this is a long story. They need to redistribute and to think about how they invest their resources now, so that the day after tomorrow you gain more to donate further on. Well, this is a rather idealized perception of the mindset, but for that sake, we have come up with this great project that is about conveying the arts and the image of modern Ukrainian culture, in parallel collecting money, raising money, and donating for the good cause. Thank you, Maria, and I wish that you have enough resource, physically, emotionally, financially, to implement all of your plans. Thank you for today. And my next guest is Maria Hutzman. She is a project leader for inclusive development, recovery, and peace building. This is an extensive definition, but what's the role of UNDP in promoting women's leadership? Hello, Katerina, and welcome to participants of the 7th Ukrainian Women's Congress. I am Maria. I manage the department that deals with inclusive development within UNDP activities in Ukraine. Above all, I'd like to express gratitude to our partners. This is the government of Poland and the EU. So UNDP has managed to join this very important initiative, and this is the theme that is very relevant and that we're discussing today. Speaking about women's leadership in general for UNDP, so maybe you know that UNDP is a huge international organization working in 170 countries in the world, and the theme of women's leadership is transversal. It is a priority for all of our programmatic activities. Reducing inequality, gender equality, this is one of key goals, sustainable development goals, and of our agenda for sustainable development for the period till 2030. And we try to implement our programmatic activities and also the very style to manage the organization. For example, head of our department who works in headquarters in New York. She's a woman, and she manages the department that focuses on development of Eastern Europe, Ivana Zhivkovich. In Ukraine, we now have about 400 people employed all over Ukraine, and 53% are women. We have quite high representation of women in managerial positions. For example, we have 3 departments, 2 of which are led by women. Of course, it would be good if we had that at the organizational level, But all in all, in UN system, we see quite a lot of women who take managerial positions and who work with organizational development and who set new directions. What should be the role of women, in your opinion, in recovery of Ukraine? You know, now I'm going to speak as a woman and as a manager. I believe that the role of women is key. Above all, we need to understand, to keep in mind that managerial styles have changed a little bit. Now we mostly focus on emotional intelligence. And naturally, women have a much better situation with emotional intelligence. So this is about developing soft skills, empathy, partnership building, building strong teams. So I believe that women will play a key role in recovery of Ukraine. And using the opportunity, I'd like to emphasize and to express my gratitude to women for the role that they play now, that they are at the front line as well as men, that they are work in the rear, that during the war, all of these problems have become highlighted. Gender-based violence, women have become main service providers, and they take care of their families while men are in the army, and now there is a lot of burden load on women. And it is very characteristic of Ukraine as a country with a high level of development. If you consider leadership of our cabinet, we have quite good representative level of women. But as we go down, as we go to the level of regional administrations, mayors, communities, there we would say that women's leadership could be an issue. So when we recover the country, it would be good to promote women's leadership. Second, this is development of women's enterprises so that women actively participating in developing, in doing business to recover Ukraine, and also women as mediators in communities, as main service providers and key stakeholders who could mitigate the tension in the communities among host communities, IDPs, to say nothing about the reintegration of veterans. I know that this theme has also been discussed. So I guess that's it briefly. Thank you. And based on your experience, so today, when talking to me, some of the speakers said that women are not always ready to undertake responsibility as leaders. So based on your experience, why do you think that happens? Well, I believe that, and that's just my opinion, if I could share, I have my own vision because I am a leader now as well, and I understand that. So it seems to me that on the one hand, this is something psychological. Women undertake that, but they don't want to undertake this responsibility, but they have to. This is historically so. There are the stereotypes that men are as leaders, and that's a stereotype.
And here we need to do a lot, and it's good for UNDP because we are the program for development. We are not providing humanitarian aid. We are working on development for many years to come, and we can provide trainings. We can work with civil society, with business to break this paradigm, so that women are willing to take responsibility, and because they have a great potential, especially if we talk about new style of management, which is based on emotional intelligence rather than technical skills, which you can get while you're working. Thank you very much, Ms. Maria. Thank you very much for your initiatives, and I hope that more and more women will take on more responsibility, and these stereotypes are going to be eliminated. Thank you very much. Now I'm talking to Natalia Lelyukh, is a special guest for me, gynecologist, volunteer, and just extraordinary woman who can do everything. Thank you very much. Very happy to see you and hug you, and congratulations on coming back home. I can be quite informal with you and very friendly. You have visited many places, more than 300 of municipalities. You talked to people and saw a lot of things. Why do you think? So what is the biggest fear now that women have, except security? Why are they scared to get pregnant, to have a child? My experience is pretty specific because I visited small municipalities, mostly villages, towns, communities. For example, amalgamated community for 3 or 4 villages in the same area. And the fear is security. That is definitely something that's very important. But I want to tell you a story. There is a certain difference between perception of understanding of accessibility of medical assistance. So when my patients come back, they are happy to share how wonderful our healthcare is and how terrible it is abroad. But when I leave Kyiv, I hear the opposite. I hear that healthcare is not accessible, especially if we talk about the areas near the front line and liberated territories. So they are afraid to get pregnant or to give birth because they don't have adequate level of accessible healthcare. And it's not just about obstetricians or gynecologists. I, for example, can identify cancerous patients, and I refer them to oncologists. And the woman says that I'm not going to visit the doctor. And this woman will tell me that the closest oncologist will be in Kherson, but all hospitals are constantly under attack, and so I have higher chances to be killed by a missile in a hospital than cancer will kill me. So we need to provide this level of health care, so we cannot even talk about prevention. No, like it's just about survival. Do you see any methods how to regulate the situation besides evacuating people? Yes, we need to have resources. I can put into my ambulance maybe up to 10 people and place them on the floor and drive them somewhere. But more people need medical assistance. More people need professional, specialized medical assistance. And I'm not even talking about psychological assistance, which all these people desperately need. I think that mobile teams formed by the state, of course, we do this as volunteers, but it has to be paid by the state, established by the state, and these mobile teams can provide certain level of medical treatment and medical evacuation. They are the aspect of your life, volunteering. What gaps do you see in this area as a volunteer medic? I think I am not the only one who is screaming about this. Well, being a volunteer, it's a weird community. We appear where we are necessary and we don't want to stay there. We are all dreaming about not being needed. And that's what we expect from the state. state. When the state can catch up and support certain initiatives, because volunteers, that's emergency response. Over the night we can raise money for a drone, or overnight we can provide emergency assistance, but then some processes need to be built. So closer to the end of the second year of the full-scale war and almost a 10th year of the war, when I still get some requests from big teams for 1,000 items, it scares me. It scares me that it's not fulfilled by the state. We had a very important panel about reproductive health. We know about the draft law that was adopted yesterday. What can you add from practical point of view? What is something that is not discussed? It's very important to talk about sexual education at schools, families, communities, and it is necessary for young people and adults as well. Secondly, I probably would like to discuss more the training for doctors, because in our everyday practice, every doctor has their kind of manner how we communicate with patients. We need to use new words, new phrases, because we talk to people who had undergone trauma. Because today the woman is crying with tears of joy because she's pregnant, and a week later her husband was killed in the trenches and she cannot receive his body, and she's pregnant. And I have patients, like 10 or 15 patients like this, and we need to train how to support, how we can understand and work in these new realities. That is a very important part, and I haven't seen any trainings for doctors of this type. Thank you very much for everything you do.
Ми повертаємося в залу Українського
Dear
жіночого
friends,
конгресу.
we are coming back
В цьому блоці
to
ми говоритимемо
our
про ветеранську політику.
Congress and we will talk about the veterans policies. You know, it is interesting because the third session yesterday was education. Education is a foundation of politics and economy. And today will be talking about the veteran policy, also what will be happening in the country of veterans, because Ukraine will be a country of veterans. And I want to remind you that the 7th Ukrainian Women's Congress is organized by the Ukrainian Women's Congress NGO, supported by NDI, USAID, Sweden, and UK government, supported by UNDP and UN Women in Ukraine, supported by the governments of Japan, Norway, Sweden, Poland, and EU, and UNICEF. Partners of the Congress are IFES, Office of the Council of Europe in Ukraine, and Privatbank. It is supported by U-LEAD program, co-funded by EU and Germany, Poland, Sweden, Estonia, and Slovenia to support Ukraine on its way to self-governance. EU-LEAD supports accountable and multi-level governance in Ukraine in compliance with the needs of citizens and communities. Media partners are Starlight Media, Espresso, Прямий, and Fifth Channel, and the Telegraph. Other views presented during the event belong to the authors and do not have to reflect the views of our donors and partners. So let us talk about veterans policies, and I would like to invite Yulia Laputina, the Minister of Veterans Affairs. Yulia, your concept, which we have been discussing on numerous occasions at the Congress, is aimed at a smooth transition from the military service to the civilian life, as far as it is possible. What are the steps that have been made on this way? I welcome the participants of the Congress, and first of all, I'm thankful to the organizers for organizing this event for many years and for making efforts to create equal opportunities for men and women in defending our country. I wanted to share my presentation, but then I asked the organizers to share it at their website, and I will just tell you what is going on with my story. My war started in 1992, and there were no other women in my unit, and it started with the independent Ukraine starting to build its defense sector. So it was 1994, and we worked in Crimea against the Russian special services, and there was the first real victim. Our senior lieutenant was killed by Russian special services back there, and I would like to commemorate all people who died defending Ukraine with a minute of silence. Thank you. Please take your seats. Then the next 2 years followed, and these activities were non-public, and we saw the Russian special services which started to influence our special services. There were different historical periods. It was the year 2008, when we made a report saying that Crimea will be annexed. There will be annexation of the peninsula, and we presented this report to the person who works with Lukoil company. And in 2015-2016, when I was speaking at the events on countering hybrid threats and saying that we are investigating the work of the church under Russian patriarch. So when we did this report, I was told that I will not be working anymore on that. So it was back in 2015, 2016. But we continued to work, and there were a lot of officers like myself. And when we are talking about leadership, women's leadership, men's leadership, it is first of all about the responsibility. When you do what you know you have to do. And for me, the biggest challenge during the full-scale invasion, and which I met in Kramatorsk at the airport when the missile attack was there, was how to, for me, the challenge was to be a civilian during the full-scale invasion. And I understood that I'm part of the government, I'm part of the Council on Defense and Security. So it took us several days to come to Kyiv, and so far I cannot share all things that we were doing during this time. So far it is secret information because there are no ex-military, as you know. And now we have the Ministry on Veterans Affairs. You know that veterans will be in almost every family in Ukraine, and that is a huge challenge for us to create conditions for the military to be transitioning to the civilian life. And we were attending the NATO trainings on transitioning to civilian life, but nothing else happened, only those trainings. First of all, it should be people-focused approach to people in the military, because if you get 200 hryvnias bonus, if you are for some special conditions of work, you have to operate and work 24/7. You cannot meet your family at the weekend, etc. So in the army, there should be a people-centered approach. It should be the change of mentality in terms of civilian and military cooperation and psychological support. And the security and the defense forces have a great role to play here, and our ministry developed our part of the digital platform on transitioning from the military to the civilian life. And so we need to digitalize the army and the defense and security sector, because for 30 years nothing has been done in this sphere because of the so-called secrecy. And this transitioning, it means that the person who served in the army, this person should know that they have a civilian specialty, a profession in the civilian life. They need to know that they will have a job, because we are talking about veterans aged 19 to 40 years old. Those are people of working age with unique military experience, but those people, they need to make their own choice to continue serving in the military or to go back to the civilian life. And we need to offer relevant tools. And we have this Institute of a Veteran Assistant. So this will be a person working in the community. This person should be a veteran themselves, or they may be a family member of a deceased veteran. They will facilitate and navigate veterans and help them to access education system, healthcare system, social protection systems. And we expect that there will be over 500 people in Vinnytsia, Dnipro, and Mykolaiv and Lviv regions, 4 regions. So there should be special training for such veteran assistance. Sorry to interrupt you, but if we need a special person whom we need to train, maybe we need to simplify the system itself, not to necessitate the services of a special assistant. Well, it's not like that, because that is an element of the system of veteran policy, because we did not have the system at all, no veteran policy. We did not have so many veterans, but the system was not available, and we need to have a systematic reform, and we need to institutionalize veteran policy at all levels. So this veteran assistant is one of the elements of the system that we plan to create. So at the level of the resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers in every region, there will be a separate unit for veterans. At the level of districts, regions, and at the community level, there will be municipal bodies where such assistance will be employed. And since the start of the war, we created a hotline to provide crisis support, and we did it together with our international partners. And next year we plan to create a unified hotline to cover all the issues for veterans. So what is the problem? In the rural areas, there will be no psychologists, no doctors, no one. But there will be this assistant who will help the veteran to get access to these services. So they will be facilitating this process, supporting this process. And the only tool that we are building now is this entry points, this administration centers and hubs. And in many regions, there will be separate sites for veterans. So a person can come there, or they will be navigated by those assistants. And we have also the digital service called e-Veteran, and we developed electronic application forms, and people with the disabilities caused by the war, they could get 4,000 hryvnias per month. It was quite a good support for people with reduced mobility, and this hotline will also be one more element of this system. So it will mean assistance to veterans in remote areas. So we have some veterans here in the audience. So I would like to give the floor to people who would like to comment or ask questions. Masi Nayan, please, over to you. Thank you. Actually, I would like to, first of all, to thank you for your work. And my question is, when did you understand that there are no policies for veterans, and what track started to work? Did you have consultations with NGOs, or what did you do? Because like a month ago, we were presenting veteran policy together with other NGOs, and before that, the government did not know anything, did not want to hear anything about that. And I'm a veteran since 2016. I continue to be in the military. So I am the target audience, but I have no idea about what is going on. how could it happen? I realized that there were no veteran policies when I was serving in my unit. When I was serving, I did not even know that there is a special ministry for veterans. And when I came to the ministry, the budget of the ministry was lower than the budget of any region. And there was no understanding among public officials of the need in veteran policies. And once I received a letter addressed to the Minister for Veterinarian Affairs. So this kind of mistakes, as you can imagine. And when I told that I have a list of 4,000 veterans waiting for housing, and we need to provide this housing to people. But we got support from the president, from the budget committee, and we got these subsidies, and 2,400 families will get the housing. If not for the full-scale war, we would cover all the list, all 4,000 families. And I want to say that when I came to the ministry, there was no systematic approach. And this year I presented the new veterans policies, and also I presented it at the International Veteran Forum, which was held with the participation of the president, and you were also there. So really, NGOs are active, but let us be honest, most veterans who are not wounded, they are taking part in combat activities now. So I said that for me it was a challenge when the war started, how to be a civilian during the wartime. But we took this responsibility, and if these things have not been done in 30 years, now we developed tools and approaches, and we are institutionalizing these policies.
And believe me, making sure that veteran policy is seen separately from social policy, that's a challenge. We have here the Minister for Social Policy, and we know we've had a lot of discussions about that, and we continue discussing. That's okay. But most people, and that's going to be about 4 million people who are engaged in policy, so the policy of dignity, of values, it needs to be transversal for all the governments. There are a lot of organizations who have engaged themselves in these issues, and unfortunately they lack this communication with you. And secondly, this issue arose not just yesterday, or because, well, I also continue being in combat, and many people are there at the front line, but still their issues are not discussed. When they receive apartments, I have doubts about that this is what they need. This is my duty that I kind of took over from previous generations. Now we will need to revise veteran policy. We allocate subventions for housing for those people who became disabled, and also as a result of the combat activities, and to those to whom the state owns since 2014. These are people who were in combatants, and they were also had to be displaced, forcefully displaced. I mean, what you suggested, I heard Tretyakova, and 3.89 billion hryvnias. This is what is allocated for the Institute of Assistance to Veterans, and that's quite idiotic, stupid. Because there are investigators who now work and do this job. They have about 800 or up to 2,000 cases monthly, and they cannot do that at quality level. So when me, the veteran, will contact my assistant and they have like 500 more, I am sure they will not succeed. So offer services that are needed for veterans, not the assistant who understands what services are. And veterans, they are not stupid. They can sort out what's going on. Well, this is a pilot project, but this is 3.89 billion hryvnias. It will be completed by the end of the year, and in order to that the mechanism works, maybe it will not. Now in Vinnytsia, 12 assistants are operating, and we have positive experience about that, and they've talked at governmental meetings. They work well because 1.5 million people have not yet left the front line. And again, I am a veteran, but I am again dispatched to go to the war. And there are fewer of us than the number of people after demobilization. And we try to convey this idea. And this is 3.89 billion. Well, now Yulia is going to respond that, and then we will have to wrap up. You will be able to approach Yulia separately. Let me manage the process. I believe that we need to make sure that not just one person asks many questions, and let us make it possible for everyone to speak, because I see that the process is going out of control. Okay, Yulia. Regarding whether this amount of money should be allocated, and then we wrap up. This program was supported by the government, and there were discussions about that, and that was discussed at the budget committee, so the decision has been approved, and we are a pilot project. We will report on how it worked, and then we will see. If we do nothing, nothing new has been invented, and people are demobilizing, and we have the full report on how this process is ongoing. But here I would like to express gratitude for that. We have our Invictus here, Alexander Butko, and he fought at sports competition, and this is a good example of what dignity is and what a Ukrainian warrior is. Okay, so now you have introduced the next guest for the next panel discussion, Yulia Laputina, Minister for Veterans. Thank you so much. And now we get ready for the next panel discussion, where we continue speaking about veteran policy, and maybe your questions will be discussed there as well if you want to. Meanwhile, we continue discussing the veteran policy and the role of women in development of this policy, and I invite the Minister for Social Policy, Oksana Zholnovich, the service person of the Ukrainian Army, Alexander Taranbutko, Masina Yem, co-founder of Human Rights Center Principle, Olga Rudneva, CEO, Superhumans Center, Yulia Matviyenko, entrepreneur and veteran, Katarina Zhuchenya, manager of project Department of Happy Monday, and Yana Honcharenko, communications and sustainable development management for Starlight Media. And I will moderate this panel discussion. Let me start by addressing Oksana. So actually there was no veteran policy and it is now being developed, but something is inherited from the Soviet Union. Veteran policy is based on privileges. This cheap sausage, free public transport. This is what the USSR offered to them so that they did not organize any associations and did not demand anything. That was the logic of those benefits. So you, as a person who takes care of social support and benefits, so how can we step back away from this benefit-based or privilege-based policy, and whether we should? Hello, and I'm happy to be here. I would like to switch the focus towards women's leadership, because us as the ministry, we are engaged in gender equality, opportunities of rights of men and women in every area. And this is what I would like to highlight, including the veteran movement. I would like to comment on benefits later, but the current terrible full-scale war, when we speak about all the challenges that it entailed, well, at the same time, we need to refocus and we need to see what it brought for women. Apart from the terrible challenge, it is actually, well, it became an opportunity to, even though it sounds bad, but to equalize men and women in many areas. We see that women constitute a significant part of the military movement, and under other circumstances it would be difficult to integrate women. But this is how it is. And now women, they are core of the households when men are at war and men have other functions protecting our state. It is women who undertake the burden of providing for the family, providing for everything needed. And this is something that they often share these duties with their husbands. They are wives and mothers who inspire, who support, who rehabilitate, who bring back into the society. First point of reliance for the veterans, and it depends to a great on them how we will be able to recover mentally those people who now come back wounded, because there is no demobilization process. Women also have to attend a lot of professions where there are now vacancies. This is about mining in particular. Women already access this sector. Previously, we didn't have that. So when we speak about women's leadership in the situation of the full-scale invasion, where we speak about the veterans move, this is very extensive, much more extensive than those women who are now in the army. These are women who are volunteers, who rehabilitate, who wait for spouses to come back. These are women who have undertaken much more than we used to have. And this is the reality that all of us find ourselves in, and what we need to take into account. And Maybe I will then switch to your question. So until now, the Congress to ensure palliative care, medical care was ongoing, analyzing a lot of aspects, including psychosomatic phenomena. What the results of psychosomatic impacts are, what kind of diseases may develop. And presenters say that after the war, we will have a significant increase in number of cardiovascular diseases because each of us, including and in particular women, we are now suppressing our emotions, our pain and grief and pain, everything is now suppressed and this will come to the surface, and our veterans will come back there with their suppressed emotions and with huge request for justice. Why we see this emotionality? Because this is about the need to see recognition and respect and other components of what is just. This is going to be the just contribution for the service, for the sacrifice that veterans committed. And regarding what's going to ensure justice, well, that's a question. And we believe that our veterans, they are resources, our people in general are resources, and in any case, we need to develop capacity for every individual. Whether benefits address that, well, if yes, we need to keep them. And if it is about payments, we should keep them. But if something that we do does not does not result in higher capacity, then why do that? If I understand that we need to submit early rehabilitation from the first day of disease or trauma, to develop comprehensive multidisciplinary teams and involve their social workers who on the very first day would reassure people, who would say that you have the right for this or that, and involve the specialists who made it possible for people to quickly recover and get the rehabilitation means that they need and move on with their life. Well, I understand that no matter and with which contributions we make, they need to be active and ongoing because they recover the resource. While if we speak about free public transport, well, I believe that makes little sense. I cannot refer to veterans, but I know that my grandmother living in village, she never used this right to free public transportation because there were no buses where she could travel free of charge. So if that makes sense, well, I don't think so. So everything that we inherited from the USSR, we need to revise that, to update that, to see if that's relevant or not. And we need to address two components there. And first thing is the opportunity to be economically included and active in the economic sense. And also we need to recover the social status, helping, supporting, making it possible to achieve, to reinstall certain situation. Now we start procurement of the resilience service, which is going to, above all, be targeted to women, wives of the people in the military, their family members, because there are a lot of aspects where they do not know how to respond, how to regulate their fear or concern. If you think about a mother or a wife of someone in the front line, how they wake up and, well, it may be easier for them because they are within this process and they see the risks. But those who have this, who wait for something to happen, their distress level is much higher. You never know what's going to happen. And we need to respond to that. We need to teach people live with it. We need to teach people to reduce the level of stress and switch the level of anxiety and meet our veterans when they come back. We need to know how to communicate with them, not ask drastic questions and not take them where they don't want to go. And this is what we are discussing now. And with these training sessions in every community, we will ensure the training and support so that everybody in the community knew how to meet veterans. And speaking about women's leadership, I really believe that now us women, we have double responsibility for a lot of things that we're addressing here and that veterans address in the army. We reformat the highlights and emphasis, and we need to. So it is important to enhance these qualities, because in the army now there are a lot of civilians who are not officially military officers. They are not always ready to just follow orders without thinking about whether to what extent it is logical or not. And we have a response there as well. We introduced the position, this kind of patronage services of social workers within the battalions, because we understand when people are thrown into the war, torn out of their civil life, they still have loans to repay, they have some outstanding issues in their businesses, in their family life, and they need this support. We need to make sure that they've addressed everything.
And we are trying to, by doing the social services, like for our veterans, for our soldiers, to feel that they are not alone in any situation. You can be directed, supported. You can feel that somebody's caring for you. I don't know whether it is truly that what our veterans want. Of course, everything can be improved, but from the experience that we see, there is a strong. It's very important to feel heard, seen, and equal. Thank you very much, Ms. Oksana. And I would like to continue the discussion with Ms. Alexander. So it's been said that there is a huge feeling like to get justice and fairness. So my question is, as to a veteran, what is your minimal expectation from the state to meet this expectation of fairness or justice? Thank you for this question. If I speak personally about myself, I cannot say that I need nothing. But at this moment, I don't have this need. But when I talk to other veterans, when I visit them at hospitals or rehabilitation centers, I understand that they are not informed at all on what they can do next. When a person gets to a stabilization point and then later to the hospital, and it's complete void. So I was wounded about a year ago, and from time to time I need to visit the hospital, and every time there's the questions about where to go, how to get prosthesis, how to go through examination and commission. And I know that the Ministry of Defense developed a program where there is the whole website where you can find the answers to these questions. But what Masi talked about, it's not really widespread. I know about this website because somebody sent it to me, some fund sent the link to me, but very few people know about it. So really, people don't know what to do next. And how can this gap be breached? So where should this be information published? How people should be informed so that veterans know about it? So obviously from the first moment where people gain back consciousness, so when they understand where they are, so usually it's in hospital, and it would be quite logical. So and maybe the person who works on level of community, maybe there should be a person who works in the hospital, who would inform these wounded soldiers all the time. So not to have this person in administration, but in the hospital. That is correct. So basically, the point of entrance, this is hospital. That is why for all, so we will have social workers. So the work of the social worker will be to have this and that right. That's the website. That's where you can find information. We piloted these services. We developed a script. We trained all these social workers what they need to say, how they need to act, and now we will try to scale up this project in rehabilitation centers. We have a problem that military hospitals didn't want to have this type of social workers, but I think we'll manage to convince them that it is a necessary service because civilian hospitals demonstrate that the system works. And so defense is a bit behind because they are not as open, but they will have to accept the system and to have social workers in the hospitals. Mr. Alexander, we discussed about role of women in veteran movements, and we have women veterans organizations. So do you know any women veterans, and do you think their road is different from male veterans? To be honest, in my circle, I don't have female veterans, but I know female combatants. And I would say that their military road, I wouldn't say that their military road is that much different. But I cannot say a lot about veterans. I know that there are organizations which cooperate with civil society organizations, for example, Veteran Hub, and there are separate programs for them. And I don't know whether it's useful to have programs like this, because military experience is somewhat different, and maybe it is easier for me to talk to a male veteran or male soldier rather than woman soldier or woman veteran, because our experiences are a bit different. Ms. Yulia, you're a veteran, you're an entrepreneur, you have agriculture enterprise. Could you tell us about your military road, your veteran road, and have you noticed any differences? And after that, we will discuss your civilian life. I would like to comment about women with disabilities. My sister in arms, she just got back from Germany. She got an award for bravery in 2016. And I don't see the difference between her and men. If we talk about men who were wounded, it's good if they are asked. I cannot speak for her, but we have close relations. This godmother of my kids. And when she came, and I was a bit tired with the kids and my work, and I looked at her, I look at the way how she behaves and how strong she is, and it gave me so much hope. These people really motivate me. I had an idea that maybe she needs to go through some training to be a psychologist, because her resilience inspires. So sometimes we give up but you are wearing a military uniform. You are that person who inspires the rest. So I believe that we need to give a round of applause to you as well. I'm not an expert, I'm not a politician, I'm just a person, a soldier. And I understand the minister who tried to understand whether to go and fight or to stay in her position, because I was fighting from 2015 to 2019. Then I had twins. My husband continued service, and I stayed at home. And before the full-scale invasion started, he was a veteran. He was at home with me. And then we didn't even think. It was just a matter of instant. We took our things, we left our business, we got in touch with people, we told them to take our animals to their businesses, but we needed to fight. Our 4 kids, our twins were under 2 years old. We have 4 kids, but we didn't think. I'm from Zaporizhia. And I didn't know whether we would stop them before they come to Zaporizhia. And we just chose the unit where we were given weapons right away. So we go to territorial defense, and we went towards Vasiliivka. And a month later, volunteers took our kids to the west of Ukraine. And we discussed it with my husband. We decided that one person needs to go back, because who will take care of our kids if they don't have neither mom and dad? And what if we both die? And we make the decision, and I went back to my kids. And while I was in the west of Ukraine, I was bringing cars to the army. I was trying to be useful. And still, you're saying now that you appreciate what I did, but in my heart, I feel that I'm not where I'm supposed to be. Yes, I have the reason not to be there, but I know how to do it. I could be there. Now I'm in business, but if everything was working according to the laws, it would be good, but the law doesn't always function. When I came back and I went to unemployment fund, and it turned out that my military unit didn't pay taxes for me. And for a year, there was no information about me at all. I was offered a job with a salary of 4,000 hryvnias, and I had to accept it. We can help you. It was in 2019. And the thing is that we just arranged with Berlinsk, and we wanted to show Invisible Battalion in NDI. And I didn't have a time for a court case, so I just sat down, cried, and I just let it go. Why I'm sharing this? I don't want you to feel sorry for me. We are talking about unfairness. If it is about my sister in arms, I will fight for her. But we are not fighting for ourselves. We just tolerate. It's fine. We can accept. We can put up. We just prepare ourselves that nobody would appreciate us too much or help us too much. And veterans, please don't give us perks or benefits or payments as if it's Soviet Union. Just don't offer us money. Veterans, these are people of action, people who can take responsibility, especially at the hard time. And psychological assistance, that's great. But if the person, a veteran, cannot feed their family and their kids, a psychologist won't help. And the majority of us cannot go back to the to the job which we had before the war. I was a soldier for 5 years. I'm not economist anymore. I cannot be the head of a store, or I cannot work with people. I want just to work with chickens, not to be annoyed by people. I don't have time for rehabilitation, go somewhere. I know wonderful resort or wonderful place, this rehabilitation center, but I have no one to take care of, no one who would take care of my kids. My work is my rehabilitation. We started from scratch, and we started with 20 chickens. With very little money. We had twins, and this is like double number of diapers. My sisters in the army helped me, and my friends helped me. But we started from scratch. We worked very hard, but somehow I saw some opportunity about grants. By the way, I received a grant for 250,000. This is for veterans that I can make this special feed for my chickens. I can buy equipment, and there are 3 of us in the Zaporizhzhia region who won these grants. Mine is the smallest, and I need to hire 1 employee with this grant. And thank you for this opportunity. But I have something to compare to before the full-scale war. I also participated in grant program from IOM, and there were small grants, 1,000 euros. But it was grant for veterans. We were not required to become private entrepreneurs, to hire people. We were given money, but we had 10 sessions with mentors via Zoom who instructed us about tax code, who taught us how to calculate your income, how to write your business plan correctly. So we had 10 sessions with trainers and mentors, and this knowledge helped me a lot. That's what helped me to get this grant that I have just mentioned. When I won that grant, they didn't give money, they just paid for the equipment that we selected. These were the first equipment for my chickens, and it was a little victory at the rear. Somebody believed in me. It was great. It gives you energy, and I called my sisters in arms, Oksana in Chernihiv region, and then my friend from Poltava region. I told them, look, I managed to do that, so you should try too, because one of them made sweets. One they made some craft soap. So when they came back home and they want to work for themselves. And I promised to show them, to teach them. And they managed. They reported, they sent me pictures, they were happy, they received those grants. So, peer-to-peer, they believed me because I am one of them. I was not somebody with 3 higher educations or like my relatives did it for me. I was a soldier like them. What I wanted to offer or ask for, maybe, yes, there are grants not only from the state, there are grants from funds, and they give some small grants. For those veterans who come back, don't give or don't offer grants for 250,000, but make it simpler. I when I was offered this 250,000, if I had been offered that in 2016, I didn't know. I would not be ready to hire people or to like immediately start a big business. So maybe you can offer 1,000 euros or maybe 1,500, but give them training. I'm an economist. I had some business experience. I worked as an accountant before the war, but everything changed over the years that you serve. And some people have no experience at all. They need trainings. Veterans are people of action, so please believe in us. I believe that we can. Thank you very much, Yulia. And to sum up what you've said, so basically, everything has to be accessible information, accessible opportunities, knowledge, so that people know, and to make this first step easier.
So, Marcia, you studied the theme of the veteran policy, the journey of veterans a lot. So, have you ever considered the gender perspective? What is the difference between veteran women and men? So, what should be considered like male aspects, female aspects, and some universal things? You know, I had a discussion on the rights of LGBT people, and you know, there are these manipulations, like why do people go and promote their things? And then I realized that I'm not a gay man, so I do not know about their problems. I do not know about women's problems because I'm not a woman. But in our organization, principle, 90% of the work is done by Luba Galan. So she and her team do that. And in the Miller legal company, our managing partner is a woman, so I trust women more than men, actually. And when there are government sessions, there are men who are assholes. Just they talk to Luba like she's a small girl. You know, when I'm there, they don't do that because when I'm there, they cannot do these things. Yeah, when we need to show what you say to people who say that we have gender equality already. No, it's not. We see that sometimes those things are just done just formally, and they only harm. It leads to people being killed. And there was this interesting story when Yulia, when she thanked my brother in arms, but I'm not a comfortable veteran for her. She did not thank me. You know, and that is how I behave. I do not see in the veteran movement or in other types of work, I don't differentiate between men and women. They are the same. And my friends, my family, they do not see myself as a person with one eye. And when, you know, sometimes when I, you know, when I can't find my way somewhere, they say, "But can't you see?" And they forget that I actually have one eye. And what I mean is that if I'm talking to a professional, I'm not looking at this person as a man or a woman, a gay or a heterosexual person, a black or white person. It does not matter. Without women, it's not, you know, it's not. Without women, it would not possible to do things. I know that women are wise, and I'm not saying it because I'm at a Women's Congress and there are more women here, so that's a good threat to me. But I think that things are in our culture sometimes, and it's hard to get rid of them. But to me, it does not look like we have overcome gender stereotypes, or like we have not overcome Russia. We need to be honest. I'm talking about the attitude to women. Yes, there are some things where we break through, but not all problems have been solved. But do you see any solutions? It's a huge problem. Of course, we cannot just do 1, 2, 3, and it has been resolved. But do I see? Well, yes, I do see. I do see with one eye. But you know, I talked to my brothers in arms and to people from the legal firms. And for example, LGBT campaigns, like when someone looks at a man kissing another man, it's just for people to get used, not to be too worried about it. The same thing when they see women, like in politics, in police, not just see them as beautiful ladies, but like professionals, and we need to promote this. And you know this story, it's not just women say that we want to have equal rights with the men, the same rights, but I think that soon we as men will want to have equal rights with women, because I think that there can be different views on that. So these things need to be discussed and normalized, because sometimes strange things happen. There was another forum, also women's forum, and I was invited to come there and talk there. Not Luba, about myself. It was not our event. No. It was not. It was not your event, because you invited Luba to come, but she is sick. Yeah. I have a scenario here, and you were supposed to be 2 of you. Yeah, but I told her that she shouldn't come because there are too many women already. But actually, yeah, we need to talk about those things, and sometimes we don't think about it. Like, women need to have different uniforms, because when we look at women, yes, we understand that their bodies are different, but having different uniforms, that is something we have not been talking about, like in 2015, 2016. I forgot the name of the organization, but they take care of the women's uniform. Yeah. That NGO that you mentioned, the other ones. But when this conversation was started, I also started thinking about it. So if women talk about their needs, that would be wonderful. But it does not have to be some kind of unhealthy communication, like with this animal defenders. Sometimes they are so aggressive, you want to kill them. Not animals, but they are defenders. Yeah. Here it is important to engage representatives of different groups and different women for decision making, because yes, you wouldn't know about women's uniforms because you don't wear women's uniforms. And when you engage women, when they talk about their needs, that's when you can learn about it. Yes, and we need to have ambassadors, women who would talk about those things. And sometimes there are some people who are of great authority to me. They are my commanders also, and I don't want to say where exactly I serve, but we have a direct prohibition to mobilize, to hire women, and I'm happy about that. I'm happy that fewer women die, but yeah. Well, I don't know. It's difficult to imagine circumstances where women couldn't work at all. Well, when you have to go to the enemy and you spend there 15, 16 days, that is difficult. I have seen women who are stronger than men, like Alina Mikhailova. I don't know how she copes with everything, and she keeps fighting. She keeps fighting in Twitter also. I don't know how she can do that. Yes, we have Alina, Olga, Yana, Olena, Masi, Alexander, women, men, all people, all of us are unique. There are some things in common, but there are also a lot of individual details and things. Thank you so much. Olga, you work with the rehabilitation, you work with prosthesis, and in this topic there are for sure some specifics of women and men. Prosthesis for women or some special treatment schemes. So in the Superhuman Center, so how do you cope doing all those things and also considering the gender perspective? I would like to reply to what Masi said, that you said that you're an uncomfortable veteran for the minister. Look, all veterans are uncomfortable. That's just a fact, and we need to accept it. When people come to me and ask, how can I talk to a person with amputation, I said, just as a person, but they say that I feel guilty. I feel guilty, but I tell them you should not feel guilty. Russians should feel guilty because they are the ones who started this war. So veterans are uncomfortable because they have psychological traumas. They have a different experience of war than us here. They have different emotions and experiences. And I want to remind our session with the Masi, Masi was there, and former entrepreneurs and businessmen were there, and they are now in the army. And then I was approached by many people, and they said that this was an uncomfortable session for them because veterans, they have a high need in justice. They cannot go back to the same jobs as it was mentioned. And we were talking to the person from Privat Bank, and the person there had a veteran who came back to their job in Privat Bank, and the person said that I cannot keep working here. I want to work somewhere in the archive with no people. And you know, those concussions, all those traumas, it's like people say, I don't know what will be happening with me in the nearest 5 minutes. For example, we had in our Superhuman Center, we had to get rid of all the hand dryers because this noise was disturbing for them after 5-6 concussions that they had. And veterans, they are uncomfortable, but we need to make our society comfortable for them because we are alive thanks to those people. Just recently, I was asked, like, in your Superhuman Center, why do you make things so fancy? In America, the center is not so as fancy. But I told them that these men and women, they were fighting for the future of Ukraine, and we want to give them the best things, the best psychologists, the best medical services, and we will help them to prepare a CV, to prepare a business plan, because they were fighting for Ukraine. They were in the trenches for us, for the better Ukraine. And I want to give them this. And I want other people to want to give them the best, because those people, they are my family, they are my group, and I understand them better sometimes than civilians. Though I am a civilian, I live in Lviv, but around me there are people with amputations, and we talk 99% of time about the attacks, about amputations, about prosthesis. I'm sorry, but I had to comment on that, because people who are those superhumans, they can not get free transportation services because drivers tell them that we don't know where you got your injury, or they cannot go to the movies theater. We have to carry them, and like we have this. We had a person who has to go round and round to different doctors so that they prove that they still have this amputation, and it's a real pain for them because amputation is not the end of rehabilitation. Most of our patients, they are men, some of them are women, but these men come with their mothers, with their wives and kids. Rehabilitation is open for the families because it is important to work with patients and with their families. Sometimes patients feel okay. Yes, they lose their limbs sometimes, but it's more difficult to their mothers. Sometimes our patients, they try to hide their prostheses, not to make their parents, their mothers feel uncomfortable. So we work not only with the patients, but also with the wives, with the mothers. We should not forget about them because those people, they were waiting for their sons and husbands. They went through the stress, and they will be next to those people throughout their lives. And another thing which is interesting, so most of our patients are men, but most of people who work in our hub, like nurses and medical workers, most of them are women. And when we completed the applications, like we saw that 80 to 90% of our staff, they are women. And let us think about them as well. Because the same situation is in hospitals, because just traditionally, historically, like nurses, paramedics, they are like directors of hospitals or chief doctors. They are men, yes, but this junior medical personnel, paramedics, nurses, volunteers, they are women, and most of them. Yeah, and I see that we have not so much time, and for women we only most of the prostheses would be the same actually. For women, there are just not so many things which are different, and we have Rusa. She is walking very well, and they say, well, yeah, but I say that she is should be a role model, and when I tell it to the guys, and they, yeah, but she's Rusa because she's a woman, of course she can do that, and we have Tanya, and I say that look at Tanya, she's so good in walking. She also Rusa, Tanya, they have prosthesis also, and we were thinking that the lady wants to give birth in the future. Also the aesthetic part is important sometimes for certain ladies, and the approaches need to be individual. It does not have to be divided like it's a man, it's a woman, it's a civilian, it's a military person. It has just to be individual approach, and we used to talk about goals. Now we are talking about dreams. When we talk about dreams, it is it works better in terms of rehabilitation. And we always ask people what they want to do, what is their dream. And we have already 3 daddies among our patients. And sometimes they say that it's not comfortable for us to walk with the strollers, and we change their prosthesis for them. But they are talking about a lot of barriers that we have in our cities. So there are no big differences in the rehabilitation. Most of our patients are men, as I said, and most of our staff are women. But when we provide services, rehabilitation services to men, we need to remember about their wives and their mothers, because those are also people who need this rehabilitation. And a general comment. Yes, maybe sometimes we feel guilty when we talk to veterans, but it is our task to transform this guilt into action and to make them feel comfortable with us. But it's not that we say thank you to them, but then we do nothing for them. Thank you, Olga. And if we look at the needs and the requests of the veterans, if we look at the research study of the Ukrainian Veteran Fund, so the most important issue are health issues, housing issues, and also employment issues are one of the top ones. So some people can start their own business even through these barriers and problems, but not all people want to be entrepreneurs. So Katerina, you represent a platform where people seek jobs. So are employers ready to hire veterans? And maybe you have information about the jobs which are most interesting to veterans.
Thank you for this question. And now we do work with various areas. And one of priority areas where our organization works is improving situation regarding improvement of situation and job situation of veterans. So we started implementing the project before the full-scale invasion, then we came back to it a year after the full-scale invasion, and we tried to focus on career advice for veterans, helping them to come back to civil life so that they could develop the skills of looking for employment, like job interviews, etc. Because that's true, as colleagues mentioned, often when veterans come back, they cannot no longer work and at the previous workplace. They have different values and perception of life and understanding of their professional activities. And this may go into directions. It may be about a bit of downshifting, where people want a calmer job, less communication, or the other way around. This is where people are ready to be leaders of departments and manage people. Based on our experience, we can see. Okay, so we tried to work on this demand. We tried to involve veterans. And frankly speaking, here that turned out to be a fuck-up, because we noticed that those services were not so much in demand among veterans who go back to civil life, because employment, if we speak about priorities, employment is lower on the list of priorities than we expected. And we found that out based on communication with the veterans and communication with people who directly work with veterans or service persons, and we changed the focus. We decided to work more with employers, because there we could see a significant demand for this kind of support, helping them understand how to work with veterans, how to communicate with them, what to ask them about during job interviews, how to ask them about their combat experience, not to traumatize them and not to create unfavorable atmosphere at this job interview. How to identify and understand combat experience if people describe it, because often, unfortunately, veterans do not mention that because they do not identify combat experience as professional activities. Unfortunately, often it seems that you just lose track of your career for a while. But actually, we are working on bringing back this understanding of that combat experience. It is a very cool asset, professional asset. This is part of their professional realization, maybe with a bit different focus. Maybe this is not what they did in their civil life before, but this is something that needs to be communicated to employers. On the other hand, we work with employers for them to identify this experience as valuable, that needs to be taken into account, that needs to be valued, and there a lot of work is done by our colleagues in Veteran Hub, with whom we worked in the framework of this project. And now I can say that based on our interaction with the employers, we implemented a training course for the employers about the special features of employing veterans. We involved representatives of the private sector, career consultants. They often work as independent experts and they support people individually when they try to sort out their career-related aspects. So we launched this training course for a short period of time. We did promo activity to engage participants. We expected that there would be about 80 applications, but we received 160, 2 times more. That was something that surprised us as well, because we expected it would be rather line managers who deal with hiring. But those were HR directors and business partners and those who deal with employment and staff development. Those were larger or smaller companies. And out of them, half of them successfully completed the training. They had lectures and practical sessions where we invited veterans for them to get actual experience of work with veterans, so that veterans also had this experience, those who are looking for civil jobs, so that they could ask questions on various topics regarding employment of civilians. We have 80 employers and career advisors who have completed the training, and after the training we also asked them about whether they were ready to implement any change in their human resource HR policy in the company, if they are ready to adapt their policies to possible demands of their current employees who are now doing their military service but are going to come back, or those who have returned already. And more than 88% of employers noted that they are ready for that. However, there is another issue. Companies are ready, but they also need support there. Quite often we notice that they don't know where to start. So on the one hand, we say that with veterans, we need to communicate with them as with just any civilian. But still, there is this difference in life experience, what we experience in the rear and what they experience when they're in combat. And we try to help them find those communication items to make this communication efficient, but without hyper care and without highlighting that for them. When this is as with the benefits, when we provide benefits to one category, another category becomes aggressive because they don't have access to those benefits. So there are now a lot of challenges about supporting veterans and those colleagues who were killed in action, or if they lost their dear ones in the war, and how to support those colleagues who did not have combat experience, but they actually had to work for the 3 positions, including vacant ones, to cover for those who are at war, where they also expect certain reward for their contributing, for their loyalty to the company. So I know that now companies are working on that, but there are challenging aspects there, because we cannot develop those changes in staff policy without involving veterans, without involving those employees, because we may think that we should come up with some hypothesis, but what works best is asking people what they need. Maybe they don't need any kind of support. There may be different people and situations. So that's a challenge, asking them. Not always we have a chance to ask, because mostly veterans, they are now in the front line. They have other priorities in life. They are not so much about surveys speaking about their needs. Employers understand that, but anyway, especially where veterans have come back, they try to communicate with them, to think about that, understanding that these are rather like pilot projects. Then first ones who develop veteran policies in their companies, they do that by testing that on their people. They need to test that to see if it works or not. As Olga said, they had to put those dryers and see the reaction and then remove that. And after we have gained this experience, it may happen further. And I know that we have someone here who is very actively engaged in this work, and thank you. So Yana Goncharenko, we work in Starlight Media together with her, and I know how she is actively dealing with the theme of veteran policy within the company. So could you share some of the achievements, and can you please explain if there is a difference in companies' approach to reintegration of veterans? Thank you for this question. You asked me to start by mentioning success, but I believe it is important to speak about dryers. Sometimes it's more important than success. We started developing the strategy in December 2022. We wanted to develop this perfect strategy to have all algorithms in place, and then we would be happy knowing that every veteran has this plan and feels respect, gratitude, and has new career opportunities. And that was our first trial, because it didn't work this way. So now we invest in development of corporate culture that is veteran-friendly, and we try to develop this constructor building blocks of opportunities and services where every veteran can choose what fits them. And when I speak about corporate culture, above all, this is the culture where not only HR people deal with veterans, where everyone has this gratitude, and that converts into action. If I may, I have to say goodbye to Oksana. I know that you have to run. So, and definitely for us, the key principle was nothing about veterans without veterans. And here I am grateful to Masi and the principal, and I'd like to say what we're doing in Starlight due to your survey. You conducted this survey ways to come back, and we analyzed your survey, and in a week after you held this survey, when we were making a decision on funding, all of us were ready for this dialogue, and we are grateful for that contribution. And also speaking about the previous question about the path of veterans, Veteran Hub, they have this survey. That's very important. It was foundational for us. And so this survey was very helpful. Another part of corporate culture and respect for veterans is decision-making on the daily basis. I like the story about that. My financial director of the group went so deep to the theme, and each time when I come with the theme of veterans, they say, well, what should we do? We should pay. So when Alexander Bahutsky comes with the book of Alexander Taran, and he speaks about how to better involve veterans without waiting for that, because it's not only about how we will meet our own staff who were drafted. We now can speak about other returning veterans as well. And this is about answering your question about the difference between veterans and female and male veterans. I'm going to quote my discussion with a veteran who was employed already after full-scale invasion, and she works in the profession that is traditionally considered to be a male profession. So she told me by phone that while previously, when I started speaking like loudly, I was hysteric. Now I am a hysteric with a blast wound. So so it is about that we need to recognize women's experience and including countering gender-based stereotypes, but that's also about combat experience. I believe that these two contexts need to be taken into account. By the way, the word hysteric, it's in Ukrainian, it's only female. It has no male form. So when we speak about gender component, we try to make these processes very easy to avoid bureaucracy. We want everything to work fast and efficiently. And why I'm speaking about this constructor? My perfect plan was undermined as soon as the first veteran came back, and he said that, well, okay, that's great what you are going to offer, but I have this like 15 days leave, and please don't bother me. Another employee who is in the army now, she is now studying online for the profession of social psychology because she wants to lead the psychological component of the veteran program. And another situation, it is where people do not ask for themselves, but they ask for their families. And that means that each time when we develop our suggestions about flexible working hours, about career opportunities, we need to take that into account. And we also can try hard, but we don't have all of that expertise. That is why it is important to have partnership with rehabilitation centers, for example, because few insurance programs cover all needs of veterans. Same about education. And let me just finish by saying that for us, the foundational principle, in addition to nothing about veterans without veterans, and that we try to ask this question to ourselves not only as employers but as a media business. So this is also about that the culture of respect for veterans starts with the culture of keeping the memory. And you know that we have 4 people lost to the war of Russia against Ukraine, and support for their families, it also becomes key for us. It is very important for us to know that years after, decades after, this company will keep this DNA of gratitude and respect and dignity for veterans and their families. You would like to comment? Yes, very briefly. I recently read in the book that in Israel there are 1 to 2% of veterans with PTSD, and this is because this is the society at war and they understand what they should expect. And when we speak about veterans, and that's very important, especially here, we may forget about that families of veterans are out of focus of the state. This is not about sexism, but it happens so that most families, that's women waiting for their men to come back home. It is possible to work with them to explain what happens to the veteran so that there was a higher level of understanding. And this is something that is lacking for the Ministry of Veterans. We should not wait and bother veterans. But there are families. If families are able to support them, they will be rehabilitated much quicker. This is also about husbands who are waiting for their wives. Thank you. And we are still researching this path of veteran and veteran policy, and the process of waiting and the process of motherhood when these are mothers of the service persons or widows, their experience. And so thank you for being here with us today, and we've had a good discussion on some aspects. Let's look for those dryers and get rid of them. We had Oksana Zhornovich, who's left us, Alexander Teren, the military officer, Messi Nayem, co-founder of Principle, Olga Rudnev, CEO, Superhuman Center, Yulia Matviyenko, veteran and entrepreneur, Katerina Zhichenya, the project manager for Happy Monday.
І я без зайвих пауз запрошую на цю сцену.
Without further ado, I'm giving the floor to Sonia Sotnik, the host of Radio Rock, Serhiy Shadan, writer, poet, and he has all kinds of roles. Yeah. So it's time to come up. Stop taking photos. Good evening. The level of awesomeness of the event and the concentration of the awesome women per square meter is like really high. And I understand why you are here, why I'm here. I don't understand why Serhiy is here. I know that you are gender stereotype. I understand that we love with ears, but why do you think? Why are you invited here? Good evening. Hello. Why not to invite me? So why is it a joke? Is it funny because I am invited, or is it funny because a man is invited to a women's forum? I think it's very logical to invite men to women's events because it is correct when men are involved. And if there is at some point there is men's forum, then women, I hope, will be invited. We have a difficult task. We need to discuss Ukrainian culture. It's really hot in here. We will try to have a serious discussion about Ukrainian culture now. We have limited time. We have a lot of things to discuss. You have extremely intense schedule. Can you follow any new books or new releases of movies? Just as the viewer, have you found any new names in Ukrainian culture? It's very simple and very difficult question. I remember first 2 or 3 months since the invasion, I couldn't read then. I couldn't focus on the text, on some senses. I couldn't focus on a play or movie. I couldn't even listen to music because I had a feeling that I was out of my body, out of my zone, and I couldn't come back. I couldn't have this position which allowed you to perceive information or culture. I didn't write, of course. It's all interconnected because that's literature. You write as much as you read and vice versa. And I think that it all came back to me in summer. Why? Hard to say. I tried to write about it, to talk about it. I think the language is a very powerful, self-sufficient structure. And sometimes it is stronger than our fear, our silence, and our inability to speak. And so the language comes back to you and leads you. If you trust the language, then it gets you out of those situations which seem hopeless and difficult. And it's a great luxury and a great advantage of people who work with languages, who work with voice, with words, and who can read between the lines. Language can get to the sideline and it can be weak, but then it gives you strength. And I'm very lucky. I'm happy that you got back. Have you seen the movie Dubo? Yeah, I recommend this movie. You should watch it. You know that it feels that we as Ukrainians, we are looking for our identity, of our freedom. And it didn't start yesterday or the day before yesterday. It started long ago. So Ukrainian culture and some waves. Can you compare the beginning of 20th century in the 60s, the times of three revolutions? We also had these high waves of culture. I would try to find what was different. I think that now we are going through very revolutionary things. And we need to talk about this as something positive. But we understand that this revolution is caused by something really bloody, this war. And for this breakthrough, for this revolution, for this change of all possible paradigms, we pay extremely high price, and I'm not sure that it's worth it. But it happened, and we had no choice. But what's common, if we look into Ukrainian culture, the history of Ukrainian culture, and being Ukrainian, it's something that outside of so-called ghetto and outside of regular area of its existence. So the culture is not just for so-called conscious Ukrainians. Ukrainian culture is for everyone. And all Ukrainians who are more active, who are more passive, they're all carriers of this culture, because this imperial, post-imperial, post-colonial culture was pretty dominant. Now it's just cancelled, aggressively pushed out, and it's not coming back. Even if somebody reads Russian literature or if somebody listens to some Russian music, now this is ghetto, underground, and hidden. But Ukrainian culture, which 2 years ago could seem secondary or not really necessary to consume, now, for the first time in its history, is outside its limits, and we never had anything like this. It's a big challenge for the culture, how this culture can deal with new circumstances, new reality, and new communication and logistics. It's great. Verbal history is important. And if I notice that we stop quoting Soviet movies, that's great. I'm sorry for interruption, but the majority of us, we stop quoting Soviet movies because we have to. No, we force ourselves not to quote. No, but my point is that we start to quote your poems. So we have some idioms and some phrases which we can use. I quote Jadon, so we are on the same wavelengths. So this is something that can unite us. No, I would phrase it differently. I think it's an important marker that we stop using quotes of these quotes of the Soviet matrix. But I think the real victory and real irreversible point will be when we don't force ourselves not to quote these movies, but because we will forget them. And our children will never learn these quotes. So that would be the point of no return. And I think that would be optimistic. For now, we are going through rehabilitation of our heart. When you are trying to get rid of this baggage, you are trying to get rid of what is not natural. Quoting poems, well, it's not really good that if you see that you are quoting Ukrainian song or poem, you recognize one of your own. I think that's normal. But it will become normal if it's not a password that it's your person, when it will just become normal to quote Ukrainian songs or Ukrainian poems. For me, it's great that on YouTube they use this special phrase, and from modern Ukrainian literature, one IT guy told me a story about you. When he found out that you wrote, that you are a writer and poet. Oh, I thought he was a musician, so he's actually a writer and poet. Yeah, all dogs, they write their own memoirs. We have tremendous task to do. I mean, us as citizens and culture, I see 3 directions. Maybe you see more. What do you think, where we are the slowest? So internal history, we need to reprocess everything, then presenting Ukraine in the West. And it is pretty complicated because we lost our generation in occupied territories, which were occupied 10 years ago. And also we are losing some people now, because what's going on newly occupied territories is terrible. I think that bringing back Ukrainian culture, language to occupied territories, I think it's a bit too soon to discuss. I think only Ukrainian culture can come back only with the Ukrainian army. I cannot say that we cannot plan and strategize, but for now it's only planning and it's abstract. These 2 first points, they are very interesting. And I'm not sure that we need to choose. I think that they're interconnected. And it seems to me that they are both equally important. I believe that it's important to create this new field of functioning of Ukrainian culture outside Ukraine. Everything has changed. The number of users, the number of consumers has changed. Maybe consumer is not really about culture, but let's be practical. Why not? We can call people who listen to Ukrainian music, read Ukrainian literature, watch Ukrainian movie, and they open to themselves this huge universe of Ukrainian world. They are consumers, and there are more of them than 2 years ago. And it is really interesting process. Sometimes it's painful, sometimes it's not so streamlined. And I don't want to offend anyone or degrade anyone. And it's interesting when a person, when they're already adults, they open the literature with hundreds of names and books and hierarchy and ethics and all other aspects of the whole world. And sometimes it's difficult for this adult to process all of this. And they need to understand that the culture works with society and society works with culture. And I think that it's important to exchange this energy and this love And we shouldn't underestimate that. And then the second aspect about self-presentation of ourselves in the world, not only in the West, in the world, it's very important. Because here we go outside of functions of culture. Because we explain who we are. We explain our values, our senses, who we are, what we want, and we tell our truth. And what seems obvious to us, something that is not even necessary to discuss, and some obvious, simple things that sometimes we need to explain the most and talk about the most. You understand that physically men cannot go abroad, and we need men here in this country. Mostly Ukrainian culture in the world is presented by women because they can go abroad. No, let's be honest, it's not true. There are programs and our artists can go abroad and they come back. And quite often they raise money, donations, and they travel and come back. And many of our musicians, they go abroad, they receive award and financial benefits for this award, and they can donate to the army. It's not about who deserves to go abroad and who deserves to be in the trenches, but if we have cultural traditions, if through culture we can share the truth about this war, I think that we need to use this opportunity. Sometimes we perceive culture as something secondary. It's like the last car of the train, and we connect it only if it's necessary. But I think it's strategically not correct, because in one way or another, in this controversial, difficult, and disgusting sometimes world, culture is that language and that environment which are universal. And sometimes politicians cannot explain something, journalists cannot explain something, diplomats cannot explain something, but artists can, because they use mechanisms and words which are subjective, emotion-based, and that they they work where words don't work. You can show photos from Bucha or Popasna and might not work, but then you can write an essay, a poem, a short story, and because of the words that you use, it might actually work. You talked about the secondary role of culture. Do you have a feeling that sometimes we have this feeling that, oh, let's leave culture to these women? Yes, it is disrespectful towards women and culture. That's what annoys me, because usually it is very Soviet and post-Soviet approach. Yeah, in culture you cannot really get access to any money, so let's just let a woman lead there. And that's the attitude to culture, and to life. And that's the problem why we didn't have some cultural transformation in our country. Do you think that we will correct the situation when the Minister of Culture becomes a woman? I think in any case it would be great. I think that it's great if we have more female ministers. I think it was manipulation, and now you like me. No, but it is my real conviction. I don't mind male ministers, but I think that we haven't used all the opportunities we had, so why not give this opportunity to a woman? If men haven't managed to do anything, maybe we need to change something. Okay, it's also not correct. Men did something and didn't do something else. We shouldn't be populistic and to say that men did nothing and everything is bad, but only we are right. even if we appoint a woman as a minister, of course, she will not manage to achieve everything immediately, or it doesn't mean that she will be effective immediately. And we understand that with our team, volunteer team, and people who work in the East very actively, in humanitarian area, with culture, and they've been doing it for 10 years, we understand well that in the Ministry of Culture, on top positions, we've always had women, and also in local departments of culture on different levels, there are quite a lot of women, and we work with them. Sometimes it was effective, sometimes it wasn't, sometimes it was successful cooperation, and sometimes not. I don't think it's about gender. Probably it's about professionalism, not gender. You often were photographed next to some monuments, and then these monuments disappeared. Where did you walk around Kyiv? Which monuments? I'm going to visit Kryvyi Rih soon. After my previous visit, Pushkin's monument was covered with blue and yellow ribbons, but it survived. So I will visit that place, and then I'm going to visit Odessa. I love walking around that area, so dear citizens of Odessa, let's meet there.
You have a daughter, and you know what she studies, like in the literature class. Yes, Zurich, Schweik, and we love to read together. I often read something out loud for her, and she does that for me. And she knows that Daddy loves when she reads, and she likes to please me. So for me, it is important for her to read. And my charitable foundation had a project for several years, Read, Write. That was the title of the project. So we asked kids from Donetsk and Lugansk regions to read a book and to, make a presentation on TikTok or like a video annotation or a text. And sometimes this was very interesting because that's a huge problem when kids don't read. We need to motivate them to read. So reading books is like doing sports, like, taking care of your hygiene. You need to teach kids to do it so that it is their habit. And do you sometimes check the textbooks? Maybe you are happy with something or not happy with something. You mean Ukrainian literature? Yes. No, I cannot say that I'm not happy with something. So my major is education. I'm a professional teacher. So the problem is not in curriculum. So of course, if we take a Soviet program, it's difficult to raise Ukrainian patriots. But the main thing is not the curriculum, but the teacher. And mostly women are the ones who teach Ukrainian literature. So these teachers, they make a great impact, like if they're gonna love literature or not. And those things are very subjective and very personal. But when it works, it really works. It's the same for maths, for physics, right? Any subject at school. Yes, probably it is the same for whatever subject, but let us be honest. Some subjects, they are not just about school, because if you study chemistry, most likely in your everyday life you will not be using some formulas or this knowledge how to mix some substances. But if we're talking about literature, even if you do not write poems, still it will be your general background when you read. It's not just about your knowledge, it's about the philosophy, about attitude to life. And and about your self-confidence, about your balance in this life. It's a bit different. It's not about literacy per se. It is about your unity with this world, as it seems to me. And if we go back to your creative work, and you said that you're a teacher, so you are now popular among young people like myself and also adolescents. So do you understand your responsibility like to the reader? I don't mean the telling stories to raise patriots, but do you realize this responsibility? Yeah, I do feel the responsibility, and also there is some self-censorship. But what do you mean when we say responsibility? I think that in addition to some ideas and content on what the author or the musician does, also he needs to respect his reader, his listener. So if your readers see that you are manipulating, you're not being honest and not being sincere, I think here there might be a certain danger, but I think that many people can, fall into it when authors are not being themselves to make the audience like them, love them. And I think that it can be more complicated, but also it is actually easier to just be yourself and to be true to your principles. That's a real drive, and that is what unites you with the audience. When you're on the same wavelength with your audience, you don't have to do anything special for them to like you. My nephew, she was 13, and she took Bros and Zhadan, 2 books from the bookshelf. I don't like him as well, yeah, but I thought that she was too young for this, and Zhadan was the one she preferred. So if a teenager of 12 or 13 years of age would come to you and ask, Sergey, what can I read? Like your book or someone else's book, what would be good? Well, I would not talking about if, because teenagers come to me and they are asking this kind of questions, and this is something new actually. 2 or 3 years ago, we did not have such young readers. We were not prepared for this kind of audience, because here we need to be more delicate, sensitive, and we need to build communication in a different way, not to, show your priority, your age, not to build this age distance. But on the other hand, we need to understand the difference of experiences. And of course, it is important to think how we can not harm this person. Yes, so teenagers ask me what to read, what to watch. I don't have a universal list, but if I want to say something like general thing, I want to say that Ukrainian literature, modern and classical, it is very diverse, and you can find whatever you want up to your taste. If you go to a big bookstore, for example, bookstore, there are a lot of new things there, and that thing is very demonstrative. It shows the peculiarities of Ukrainian society. So over the war, the publishing business is not dying, but it is developing. So also what we are fighting for the culture, literature, because Ukrainian culture is about books, is about performances, and that's not just about entertainment and leisure time, but a lot of generations of Ukrainians, they have built in this narratives, this national idea, and all those things, they were were being formed and passed from generation to generation through the culture, because a nation without their own country uses their culture instead of the state institutions. If there is no cabinet of ministers, there is no parliament, still you can have your culture, your philosophy, or at least church, if we are talking about the 20th century or the 19th century. And Ukraine and Ukrainians are not different from Poles, from Czechs, and or other nations who were fighting for their independence for a long time. So for us, our literature, in addition to the aesthetic function, also had this meaning of like building the state. So Ivan Duba, for example, that's a phenomenon, and that's not just about literature. The function also was to build this political component. Even if they were communists, if they were part of the communist party, even if they were denying their Ukrainian, belonging to the Ukrainian culture, still they were passing this culture from generation to generation. And this is something that we need to appreciate and recognize. When you said that you love daughters to read, and we love when you do the reading. And I think that we can ask Sergei to read some of his poems. I don't know what you've been talking about all throughout these days. I don't know, I have some poems which are more serious, which are not so serious. I have a poem about a girl from Konstantinivka. She is 15, sells flowers at the train station. Sun and berries sweeten the oxygen beyond the mines. Trains stop for a moment, move further on. Soldiers go to the east. Soldiers go to the west. Nobody stays in her city. Nobody wants to take her with them. She thinks, standing in the morning at her spot, even this territory, it turns out, may be desirable, dear. It turns out you don't want to live it for a long time. In fact, you want to hold on to it for a dear life. It turns out this old train station and an empty summer panorama are enough for love. Nobody gives her a good reason for this. Nobody brings flowers to her older brother's grave. In a dream, you hear that motherland forms in darkness, like the spine of a teenager living in a boarding house. A light and darkness are formed, take shape together. Summer sun flows into winter. Everything that happens today to everyone is called time. The main thing is understanding that all this happens to them. Her memory is being formed, consolation formed. Everyone she knows was born in this city. At night, she recalls everyone who left this place. When there is no one left to remember, she falls asleep. Thank you. I had a poem, and there is someone I know. Because I know that you talked about the veterans, and she has been in the military. Yulia Kuba, now she's in the Brigade 92, and I wrote a poem about her. I had to tell you a sister, but those who died do not remember about their skull, and your beliefs cannot cover all the world. And when you are carrying soldiers, you are taking them away from the deaths. Those who have something to do with me, they are not being sincere. They know your name, and that's the name they used to call you. They cried, stop the blood, and they leave this world with the duties and with the rights. They are talking about this world as their biggest loss, but the truth about this world was depicted with the words that we need to prove our truth. And even the poems that you read out loud, for some, they are propaganda, they are a game. And propaganda means being true to what you believe in. Propaganda is calling you a sister. Politics is not the ability to throw the coin and not the ability to make a contract with the thieves. Politics is a school boy reading out loud and a paramedic helping a soldier. Politics is staying in your country, loving it for what it is. Politics is finding the words, even if they are hard, and mending the sky for all your love. Politics is to love when you are afraid of this word love. Religion is feeling the touch with your hands when you trying to save the life of a soldier. Religion is the phones made in China. Those are ministers with the passports or with the holes from the shots, and your brothers with the ready names, and your poets with the poems they have not finished, and the land and that you're live in.
Декому краще вдаються приголосні, декому голосні. На неї не
Some
можна було не звернути увагу.
people are better with vowels, some with other letters, and she, when she wakes up, it is would be good to know her name, to know where she's going from and where she's going, and who lives behind the doors to which she has a key, and where she took her knowledge. And if someone checked her pockets, there would be someone with a new post. And if she wrote a post from every one of her wounds, she would get an award like for Quran or Torah, and the men would burn her in the square before starting a war. Men don't need to know about the reasons, and when they get everything, they fill it in with nothing. When they are talking about things in common, they are talking about the things of their own. But she woke up and it started right then. She was good in the court, and during the interrogation she said that it is better to have weapons than crosses. And when she said love, I saw the blood on her lips. Angels, take care of her. Let her be peaceful and patient, and I want her to take all the things that I own, and ask her if she remembers me when you meet her.
Я вам на завершення ще хотів один вірш почитати.
And
Це
just as a closure, I wanted to read out another poem.
зігріється в руці.
Snow in the hand is getting warm. The air is still being here, and I still don't see the limit. I don't see the death. There's just the darkness and the winter, and those whom you love, they know that it's not in vain, and you can feel the berries in their sadness, because love and death have nothing in common, and both of us have to live with it. We will be told about the snow, about all the young ones, about all those who were able to survive in this all this confusion. We didn't know their names, but they did have this country. They all had this country. This was something in common. And those who read this poem, they will stop it here. Poems are like souls. Those who never lost anything in this life don't believe in them. They believe that the time is something that does not move. We will be told about everything, but we do have the air, and it is bringing us all forward. Don't be afraid. This is our time. This is our first winter. The country will not be able to do anything on its own, and our memory is more than just memory. Those who can keep the snow warm, the winter is the feeling of weight, and the feeling of time, which is not someone else's, the feeling of poems, the feeling of berries, the feeling of your laughter. And the light from above is not stopping, and people are talking about love. But the country is deep as a river, and the trees are still there as women, generous and proud. Thank you. Sergei Zhadan, I know why we invited you to the Women's Congress, because you brought us your inspiration. Sergei Zhadan and Sonia Sotnik, let us make a photo on the scene, and then I will ask you to go back to the room so that we can make a family photo. We did it at the beginning of the Congress, and we want to make one more at the end of this Congress. So, Sergei, please come here so that you can be among all those wonderful people. And Sonia, please also join us here. So, if you were with us on day one, you know how it happens. We are sitting and smiling, then we are standing and smiling.
Не ходіть, посміхайтесь. А то скажуть, що вас тут мучили, фемінотерор тут просто був якийсь. Готово? Супер!
Okay, the photo is ready. Great. Thank you all. And wrapping up our meeting, I will say a couple of words. You know, I heard several times today that women are special. They care more. They are more effective. They are better at work. And it's good to hear such things about ourselves. But we understand that it is a result of the selection process, because for a woman to take a certain position, she has to run twice as fast as a man just for people to see her, to promote her. We are not more effective. We do not care more. We just have to overcome more barriers. And to overcome these barriers, we need to be strong. But it's not so cool. It would be cool if it would be easier for all of us. So when we are talking about the rights of women, we are talking about human rights. When we are talking about women's rights, we are not taking some rights away from men. We are talking about comfort and rights of everyone, because when we are doing recovery and reconstruction, we want to do our country more comfortable for everyone, and men will have our shoulder, and it will be easier for them as well. Thank you for these conversations, for this dialogue. Thank you to the partners of our Congress, co-founders, and the NGO Ukrainian Women's Congress, and for all of you being with us online and offline.